suffocating. Li Jun and Tai Gang each led 5 million soldiers, walking in perfect order and wearing the best armor and weapon. Anyone who watched these groups could feel the intense aura they emanated, immediately realizing they were soldiers who had seen blood and slaughter. "Halt!" roared Li Jun, and everyone stopped simultaneously. He looked at his man and could see them breathing hard and sweating. "The information is correct," said Li Jun to the group next to him. "They only walked a few thousand kilometers and are already this tired," commented Yan Liling. "The weakest cultivation level of these soldiers is primordial spirit, with many middle officers in the void-shattering realm. Meanwhile, the lieutenants are all saints. Any of these soldiers would be god back on Earth or considered middle or high level in other worlds. Yet, after walking a few thousand meters, they were out of breath, sweating, and displaying signs of fatigue. So, the restrictions of soldiers is that besides their strength, their stamina is limited to a mortal," complained Tai Gang, feeling more absurd about this game. "It might be worse than this," said Wang Wei. "Ordered them to recuperate." Li Jun made a hand movement, and the soldier perfectly sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a deep state of meditation while holding their weapons. Half an hour later, "It's useless. They are not recuperating their stamina. Give them some food and pills," ordered Wang Wei, and Yan Liling did so. After eating the food, the soldier's stamina recuperated. You, and you," said Li Jun, pointing to 3 people in the front. "Go to the side and use all your origin essence." The soldiers followed his order and used the fastest way to deplete their origin essence. Then, they cultivate to recuperate. "Useless, as expected," said Li Jun. Yan Liling approached the soldiers and gave them energy recuperating pills, and they quickly recovered. "Resources will be extremely valuable," she said. The game allowed her to remove limited items from her space ring. So, she will need to use the resources of this place to supplement her soldiers. "I'm surprised they did not make us use our own resources," commented Tai Gang. "That's what the exchange at the beginning was for," added Wang Wei before looking in the distance. "Heavenly Tao purposely teleported us to a faraway place so we could waste the resources in our spirit ring. If resources are not managed properly, we could be wiped out. This game seems to value mortal strategies and abilities. Mortal generals have to worry about their army's state when marching, their transportation, logistics, etc. Meanwhile, as a cultivator, he rarely has to worry about his soldiers' stamina and traveling speed. Luckily, he also had to learn these things when his army was young, and he also read Sun Tzu's Art of War from Wang Wei. Personal ability should play a role in this game as well," said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes and expanded his divine sense of the surrounding. "Nope, they restricted that too. Tai Gang is right, this is bullshit. That's what I've been saying. Let's go in that direction. I've detected life." The armies continue their march, with the group focusing on managing their pace and keeping tabs on the soldiers. After 5 days of marching, numerous breaks, and hunting food for the soldiers, the group arrived at a small devil race village and immediately noticed a few anomalies. "What race is this?" asked Tai Gang. He learned of the subspecies of the devil race, but he had never seen such a creature, so he thought it was a lack of knowledge and experience. "They looked like humans with horns," said Li Jun. "There is no devil species like this. The closest is the horned devil, but they have claws, fangs, and wings. Only a few devil races externally looked like humans," added Yan Liling. "Is this a new species?" "Their bloodline has some human mixed on it," said Wang Wei as he scanned them with his divine sense. "More importantly, have you guys noticed something even more abnormal?" "Yes, they are not afraid of us," she replied. "I cannot see the slightest fears in any of their eyes." The group did not act rashly and observed. These devils only glanced at their large army and continued to live their lives as if nothing had occurred. Some of the children even looked at them with curious eyes. "Wang Ju, send one of your men to kill one person," ordered Wang Wei. A fate shadow guard approached the nearest healthy man and slashed his head, immediately turning the village into a frenzy. Children hurtled with their mothers, and the man stood in front, protecting everybody. Wang Wei and the group did not continue to kill and waited. They checked the entrance token to see if this kill made any change. It did not. Half an hour later, a new message suddenly appeared in the sky. Soldier has violated the rules. According to the stipulations, preparing for annihilation. A terrifying power brewed from the sky and ready to annihilate that guard. And he knew that nothing he could do could save him. There was no fear or other emotions on the shadow guard's face. He was trained to die for the leader, and when the moment arrived, he accepted his fate. This is his infraction, yelled Wang Wei. Annihilation cancel. First infraction punishment, weaken state. For more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. For how long? Countered Wang Wei. 3 days. A light sphere from the sky entered the Fate Shadow Guard's body. His aura suddenly drastically decreased, and his expression became pale. Wang Wei walked next to him. Thank you, Lord. Don't mention it. I won't let my man die if I can help it, replied Wang Wei as he observed the latter's weakened state. We now understand the rule, soldiers can only kill soldiers. It's to protect the mortals of this continent and prevent mindless slaughter, said Li Jun. The question is, why does our heavenly Tao suddenly care about mortals? In the previous cleanup, everything was permitted, added Yen Liling. No one could answer her, so the crew focused on Wang Wei. Did you find something? Not really. It's the power of order, beyond my ability to deal with. The best I can do is quickly figure out the hidden rules, replied Wang Wei. He tried to study and deal with Wang Jusseal, but it was useless. Luckily, she could still use Immortal Venerable 3-leaf strength. Wang Wei looked in the sky as he mobilized his Tao of Fate and Yin Yang, trying to divine and calculate any information about this continent, for example, the history and evolution of this place. He then tried the power of time to see if he could see the past before proceeding to read the fate line of the villagers. So, all conceptual abilities not used in battle are limited? Does this game want to turn us into mortals with only powerful destructive power? Or am I missing something? One Wang Wei looked in the distance, his gaze landing on an elderly man who seemed to have a high position in this village, most likely the elder. He waved his hand, and the elder flew before him. Foreign demon, have you not learned your lesson? The heavens protect us. Wang Wei ignored him as he entered the latter's memory and saw everything from birth until now. And as expected, as the oldest person in this village, the elder knew some valuable information. There is a big city about 5 kilometers northeast, said Wang Wei. Take all their food and burn their farms. Li Jun frowned before ordering his man to do as he said. The troop marched forward, leaving a devastated village. After walking for a few hours, he approached Wang Wei and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "If you were fine, you would have turned that village into a resource-gathering spot for our troops." Wang Wei sighed, "I was hoping you wouldn't notice." He was embarrassed. "Come on, I know you better than this." "I just find this place too suffocating," replied Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. Li Jun understood and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. I've calmed down." Wang Wei decided to better control his mood during this game. The group continued their march, taking the necessary pause and break. After 5 days, they finally arrived in a big city. The troop immediately noticed the city was prepared with the gate closed and soldiers on the city wall. So, Li Jun ordered everyone to siege the place and waited outside, deciding on the subsequent attack strategy. Somewhere in this continent, a secret gathering took place. 7 shadows sat at a rectangular table, 3 on each side with 1 person on the head. "Hasn't these meetings become too often?" asked a voice. "Shut up, greed. You're always complaining about something. Unlike you, Lust, who spends all the time staring at a mirror, I have better things to do." "Shut up," said Pride, who knew these people would bicker for hours if this continued. "We have these meetings often because of the cleanup. I'm assuming this is the reason we are here, Wrath?" Everybody looked at the head position. "That's correct. 7 sins. Our race has been hiding, planning, and preparing for this moment for countless generations," said Wrath. "So, make sure everything proceeds smoothly. Everyone listened as they were used to Wrath's grand speech. Whose territory did Di Tian and Wang Wei land on? Di Tian is in my territory, replied Lust. I have Wang Wei, added Sloth. You guys know the plan, avoid them at all costs. So, we will just let them slaughter our people, countered Envy. Unless you have a way to deal with a 9-extremity foundation, what choice do you have? Asked Greed with a sneer. We are not letting them wantonly slaughter, explained Wrath. We will use the practice tactics to make things difficult for them and limit their accomplishment. Our objective is for them to leave after accomplishing their goal with the minimum requirement. If any of you directly confront any of these two, the result will only be your pointless death. That's fair, acknowledged Envy. What about the other ultimate kings? What do we do with them? Asked Pride. With enough planning, we can deal with them, but be extremely cautious, replied Wrath. However, stay away from Yi Lianxing, give him the same treatment as the two supreme kings. Him? Our information did not indicate anything special about him. Even his strength seemed ordinary. Just know his secret is enough to warrant this level of caution. The others gave Wrath a look and agreed. What about Imo Xingyan? According to our predictions, as an anomaly, she was supposed to be an ultimate king? The recent information is that she has some conflict with Wang Wei and has to use a puppet to attend to the cleanup, explained Pride. She's in my territory, how do I deal with her? Asked Gluttony. Use your troops to eliminate her puppet body and her troops, ordered Wrath. As you wish. We will regroup if something unexpected changes, declared Wrath before dismissing everybody. Hopefully, the plan goes smoothly. Lust territory, a magnificent palace, a beautiful woman dressed in a black hanfu with braided hair suddenly opened her eyes. She looked indistinguishable from a human except for her very long nails, which were at least 10 centimeters and very sharp. She gently picked 2 pictures, Di Tian and Wang Wei. I finally have a chance to surpass Wrath. How can I give up so easily? Many things flashed in her mind before putting Di Tian's picture away and holding Wang Wei. He seems the easiest target of the two, so let's begin with him. An overlord? 9-extremity foundation? A sun era? Lust sneered. Every man has a weakness, and yours happened to be your family. She then left the palace to prepare. Sloth territory, the group sat in a tent with a table and a map in the middle, looking at a rendition of the city. What's the best method to attack the city? Asked Wang Wei. A direct attack would result in too many casualties since our enemy is ready, commented Tai Gang before pointing to a spot. And it does not help there is only one gate for the entire city. Although that's bad, it will become our advantage if we can take down the city, commented Li Jun. Another problem is the city formation, making things even harder. I worry the people will burn the food and destroy the resources once it appears we're about to conquer the city, added Yan Liling. Can we siege the city and starve the people inside? Suggested Tai Gang. Our logistics won't last for that long, Yan Liling shook his head. We don't have a cavalry yet, so this limit our options, said Li Jun. He then looked at Wang Ju. Have your scouts found a group of demonic beasts yet? Please visit N0VE1. No, we only find a few beasts, but they are not suitable for war. Li Jun touched his forehead. The best option might be to use the advantage of the Undying Army to break the city gate forcefully. The city is protected by a powerful formation that can block the 3 generals for a relatively long time, even if they use their immortal strength, limiting the use of brute force in this scenario. Use the array virus, said Wang Wei. Array virus? Li Jun's eyes lit up. You want the Fate's Shadow Guard to infiltrate the city array with the virus, deactivate it from the inside and even open the gate from the inside? Pian Dan 0VE1. C0M, yes. Many years ago, Wang Wei theorized. Arrays were similar to computer programs that worked in reality. So, he invented a prototype of a hacking virus for arrays and tested it during the Heaven-Chosen selection trial in the Academy. After so many years, this thing has been perfected. The city formation is only quasi-emperor tier, and the only reason for its power is because it's part of a bigger formation, Yan Liling explained. However, I did not bring one with me. And it would take some time to make one. The array virus is now a standard equipment of the Fate's Shadow Guard, so we brought some, reported Wang Ju. Excellent, uttered Li Jun, let's plan the attack for tomorrow night. Everyone left to prepare for the battle except Wang Wei. He was useless unless a king showed up. So, he closed his eyes to cultivate. After calming down and analyzing the situation, he realized this place was an excellent opportunity for him to study Order Disorder Dao, and Heavenly Dao itself would be his teacher. By studying this game and the application of Order Dao, he can learn the hidden rules and secrets and dramatically increase his understanding of fate, not just order, but also fate. The night, the troops gathered outside the White Fang city, alarming the wall soldiers. How many people do we kill after breaking the gate? Asked Tai Gang, sitting on the 2 horses they could find. We will kill 80% and leave the rest for resources farming. All right. Archer Squad, roared Li Jun, and a group of individuals in his and Tai Gang's legion prepared their bows and arrows. Li Jun trained these squads by creating a scripture called Military Archery Art, based on the weapon law part of his Slaughter Dao. The power of law manifested on all these archers, indicating they were all in the void-shattering realm. Li Jun sensed the devastating power of his man and smiled. He had to rely on time formation and the Dao Seed Pond to cultivate these men. The Dao Seed Pond is one of the Foundation's secret realms of the sect. Whenever a void-shattering realm cultivator or above dies, they would condense a Dao seed to leave in the pond. Even sealed individuals would do the same after. Then, future generations can use these seeds to comprehend the law. However, this feature is not why the pond is so valuable to the sect. Its value came from the fact the sect can choose people to inherit these seeds and the power of the person who condensed it. The only drawback is that a person will forever stay in the realm of whoever's seed they inherited. Most, if not all, emperor lineage has something similar. And this pond is why ancient sects from the ancient emperor era have such a deep foundation. The amount of tier 7 and above cultivators they have cultivated since ancient times is astronomical. Fire. Shoo. 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 Arrows descended on the wall, covering the sky like a plague of rats. The city formation activated and created a protective barrier over the entire city. Bang. 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 The barrier trembled, and the heart of the soldiers in the wall followed it. Luckily, nothing happened, boosting their confidence. The city guardian began to yell for his archers to return fire. Unfortunately, he soon discovered his enemy outclassed him in skill since none of his arrows could reach the enemy. The archer squad would fire 2 arrows for every arrow the wall archers fired. One to counter them and the other to cause damage to the formation and city wall. The attack continued for half an hour when Li Jun received a message from Wang Ju. Alright, let's put more pressure on them and force them to focus on us. He raised his hand to condense a spear and throw it. A blood-red light cut through the night sky, eliciting deep fear in these soldiers' hearts. Luckily, the formation protected them. The space had no change, muttered Li Jun before continuing his attack. And this time, it was a barrage instead of just one attack. Meanwhile, Tai Gang looked at him with envy of his strength. He practiced the 8 Heterogeneity Foundation. The sect gave him all the resources he needed for his clones. Unfortunately, he failed in the last process of fusion, almost dying in the process. So now, he has to use a special pill refined by Yen Liling and a secret technique to temporarily fuse and use immortal venerable strength. Suddenly, he noticed the city's protective barrier flickered before disappearing, and his eyes lit up. Li Jun did not waste time and threw a spear that blew the city gate open. Charge, he roared, and Tai Gang followed. Bloodline mixture. Thank you to Wee for the magic castle. This gift means a lot to me because of the situation and because it's my first magic cast. I'll remember this. Once again, thank you. Li Jun led the troops inside the city to confront their defensive army. They faced an army made of the Black Wing race, a devil race with black wings and horns. Unfortunately, with the game's restriction, this race that could naturally fly lost its advantage. Li Jun led the troops but did not participate much in the battle after killing a few hundred people. Instead, he overlooked the situation to ensure nothing unexpected occurred and waited in case the enemy had a mighty general. He would also protect his men as much as possible to reduce the loss. Meanwhile, Tai Gang led the slaughter in this battle. His undying legion relies on his innate talent, so he should have waited behind a layer of protection in case something occurred to him. However, he always considered himself a fighter and would be the first to head into battle. Bang! Tai Gang threw a punch and generated an immense vibration that killed thousands. He instantly appeared before a row of soldiers that remained perfectly in their army formation despite the dire situation. Boom! With one punch, the heads of thousands of soldiers exploded in a vertical line, creating a scene similar to numerous balloons exploding consecutively. The sight was strangely beautiful. And as the soldiers watched their comrades' fate, fear flashed on their faces. Fear? I thought the devil race did not know fear easily. From the records, he read about the devil era, devils would become excited and even more powerful during slaughter, and it did not matter if it was their own. The negative energy or karma produced by acts of brutality boosted their strength, which is one of the reasons they were the perfect war machines that conquered countless planes. Tai Gang did not focus too much on these things before attacking again. He controlled his heart to beat at a unique frequency that forced the soldier's heart to match his. Then, he exploded their hearts, killing thousands, if not more. Tai Gang cultivated the Tao of vibration with a minor in fist Tao. And since Wang Wei used to apple vibration in his battle in his early years, thus he taught him many things. Additionally, vibration is a powerful Tao that many seniors of the Tao opening sect once cultivated, so Tai Gang had many resources available. With his effort, talent, luck, and willpower, he created his own scripture, the Heaven and Earth Vibration Sutra, turning him into a slaughter machine. Furthermore, he also relied on his unique innate talent to add some to his vibration Tao and make it unique. Tai Gang stomped his feet on the ground to generate an earthquake that buried thousands of soldiers. He also controlled the earth on the ground to ensure his attack did not do too much damage to the city, as per his order. He looked at one of the squads and whistled. However, this was not a normal whistle, but using a terrifying frequency that directly exploded the brain and soul of these devils. It's better to kill using my fist, he thought before rushing to another group and becoming a maniac that enjoyed exploding people's heads. He used the ground's vibration to push himself forward, drastically increasing his speed. Without using any technique, he could just barge into a group. Once they hit his body, the vibration generated would be redirected toward the enemy, creating even more devastating damage. Tai Gang headed to another squad and noticed the group had dropped their weapons and had a pale complexion. He did not care about the enemy's surrender since they had not reached the 80% allocation. You can't kill us, roared a soldier, making Tai Gang stop and look at this group. He did not ignore these people's words, given the current situation. And why can't I kill you? We are mortals now. Tai Gang frowned. You can check, we have destroyed our cultivation and are now mortals. Is this another hidden rule? Thought Tai Gang before looking in the distance. He immediately used his divine sense to message Li Jun, who ordered his men to stop killing. He quickly accessed the situation and learned many of his men killed these mortals. Pa, nd, a no ve1, damn it, he said before immediately contacting Wang Wei, who flew from the distance. A few minutes after his arrival, Heavenly Tao, or the Game Master, manifested above the city. Rule breaker detected. Launching punishment. No punishment is needed since these soldiers became non-combatant during active battle. Their action should not be allowed in the first place. Heavenly Tao slowed down the process of gathering power. Punishment avoided. Be mindful in the future. Li Jun, if you need to save our men in the future, use the same tactic as them, said Wang Wei with a sneer before Heavenly Tao disappeared. That's a good strategy. After all, we will only waste some resources to recultivate them. Please visit N0VE1. All these men were talented disciples in one way or the other. And the resources used to cultivate them are not worth searching for talented and loyal individuals. Li Jun mobilized his men to get the city under control since a few people chose to fight until death. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was observing the people who surrendered. Most had fears and relief in their eyes. However, some looked at him with defiance, telling him he could not do anything to them. Wang Wei did not care as this was not true. He had thought of 2 ways to kill these people. The first one is to have members of his troop abandon their cultivation, losing their status as soldiers and ordering them to kill these people. Of course, there is also the possibility of hidden rules which state that foreign soldiers who lose their soldier status must leave the game and cannot do such a thing. In that case, he would use his second plan, turn them against each other. He would read these people's memories and divide them into 2 groups, each containing people with grievances, even the tiniest contradictions. Then, he would dangle starvation before them. He would tell them he would feed only one group, the group that is the final winner. Finally, he would watch the ensuing slaughter for survival. Wang Wei knew some people might resist and refuse to fight. But as long as one person does it, others will follow. And when the others realize they would die of starvation? Well, there is a saying that a starving beast will even bite its master's hand. Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to observe the thing he came here for. A few minutes later, Li Jun approached him. Did you discover something? Yes. They are mixed with human bloodline. Who? These people, pointed at the one in front of them. No. All the devil races in this city. Are you saying these devils fuse with human bloodline? But they hate us. That's not important. True. Do you think someone artificially engineered this bloodline mixture? But for what reason? The best theory I have is a way to escape Wuhang's seal. If the devil race became a subspecies of humans, they would no longer be the devil race, and the seal would not work on them. However, is that possible? It seems too easy. It's not simple. They would also have to be acknowledged as a new human subspecies. Acknowledgement from the myriad emperor world's heavenly Tao? Wang Wei shook his head. The seal affected the entire endless dimension. And the devil race was also once a species on that level. So, they would need true heavenly Tao's permission. You don't sound too sure. It's just a theory. Plus, I feel like I'm missing something. We have time for you to figure it out, said Li Jun. Nevertheless, whoever is responsible for this plan is either very powerful or extremely intelligent. They also have no fear of Wuhang or willing to die for the revival of the devil race. Li Jun patted his shoulder and did not say anything more. He's only the muscle and only uses his brain when needed. Let's go discuss our next step. Lust Territory, Red Rose City. Di Tian slowly walked around the destroyed city with a serene look. The troops lost way above the bottom line I wanted, and many of the resources were destroyed before we conquered the city. He frowned as he looked at the result of this war. I need better generals for the Heaven-Will battle. He could see that his army would not survive in a confrontation against Wang Wei because of superb generals like Li Jun and Tai Gang or a supporter like Yan Liling. The only thing he has equal to Wang Wei is his shadow, who has 70% of his strength. If his sleeper still existed, he could find a talent from there that had the potential of breaking the mortal-immortal boundary. Unfortunately, the D clan did not have such a talent in this generation. Should I wake up a sealed heaven chosen? With his status in the clan, there should be no issue using a sleeping heaven chosen as a general. His eyes suddenly lit up. There might be a better alternative. He had an idea and calculated the success potential. Di Tian took a breath. Before anything else, I need to figure out the rules of this game. He lost too many soldiers because of the stupid hidden rules. His era. Wang Wei and the group sat in the city lord's mansion and reviewed the situation, planning for the future. Wang Wei looked at his king token and saw it was activating, meaning killing these devil races was effective. How was our lost? The Slaughter Legion suffered minor deaths and a few injuries. But the Undying Legion had no death, replied Li Jun with some envy. Since Tai Gang linked the lives of each soldier in the Undying Legion, it was challenging to kill one of them. Where is the scripture based on your innate talent? Do you think you guys and can easily create powerful and unique cultivation scriptures? It's still coming, complained Tai Gang. We offered you our help. I have my own pride. Plus, my intuition tells me this might be an opportunity if I created it on my own. Well, you better hurry since the heaven will battle is coming, and I need the scripture before him so I have enough time to train my men. Li Jun is right, said Wang Wei. After the cleanup, ask the sect for enlightenment-inducing resources to help you. Thank you. Alright, what's next? The Fate's Shadow Guard discovered a medicinal garden in a small world full of mortal food and spiritual herbs. Someone tried to destroy it, but we stopped them, reported Wang Ju. Normally, mortal farming is separated from spiritual gardens. But someone placed them together, commented Yan Liling. They designed the city to maximize food production and to destroy the resources when needed. And if you consider the formation the city is connected to, the devil race has been preparing this game for quite some time. The question is, are they doing this just to survive, or is there something else? Added Li Jun. Don't worry about that for now, Wang Wei stated. How are the soldiers recuperating? There is enough food to deal with their stamina. I've used the spirit herbs in the garden to make energy recuperating pills for them. Luckily I have the automated cauldron, so I don't have to slave day and night for these pills. What horses and animals for traveling? We found a few, but not enough to form a cavalry. That's not good, muttered Wang Wei. Yan Liling, I need you to try to recreate the constructs to see if we can use them for travel and battle. And it would be great if we could use the soaring phoenix for transport, commented Li Jun. However, Wang Wei and the group were not too hopeful. Heavenly Dao seemed to target them while also having detailed information about them. And anyone who enters the Dao opening sex domains would know about the constructs. So, it's almost guaranteed they would be restricted in this game. The group continued their conversation for a moment before scheduling for another day. Some plans cannot be immediately decided without knowing the situation of transportation and other things. A few days later, outside the alchemy room, everyone waited until Yan Liling walked out. She immediately shook her head. So, it's restricted? Not even that. A mysterious power suddenly appeared and prevented me from refining the constructs. So, even the heaven hiding formation was useless, muttered Wang Wei. What about the horse construct? He suspected the constructs that replaced cars, helicopters, or even planes would be restricted. So, he tasted her by refining a magical artifact or puppet in the shape of a horse and powered by spiritual energy to replace animals or demonic beasts. It was an attempt at circumventing the rules. Useless, replied Yan Liling. I have even tried establishing a teleportation array, and it did not work. So, we have to rely on mortal means for everything, sneered Li Jun. It doesn't make sense to me, commented Tai Gang. While the rules restrict us, it also restricts the development of the devil race. We destroyed the devil race civilization. So, if they want a chance at survival, they must bring us to their level and play their game, analyzed Wang Wei. They would lose miserably if they tried to catch up with us in such a short time of recuperating. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Although these people did not have the same goal as Wang Wei, no cultivators enjoyed having restrictions on them. Most cultivate to have power so they can be lawless, doing anything they desire between heaven and earth. There is good news, said Yan Liling as she led them to the medicine garden, showing them a large farm of grown food. The good fortune seeds worked? Yes, nodded Yan Liling. In just a few days, with abundant spirit chi, we cultivated enough food to feed our 10 million troops for 3 months. The good fortune seed is a project Wang Wei thought of since his chi luck trial. He wanted to create these seeds or crops that could grow quickly by absorbing spiritual chi from the environment. His original goal was to feed his Grand Xia dynasty citizens. Unfortunately, he did not have the capability back then. However, over the years, with his power and understanding of the good fortune flame, he finally created the seed. Please visit P.N0VE1. Co. And with this seed, the mortal in the Tao opening sect never has to worry about food. He plans to use this seed to feed the entire myriad emperor world and amass a ton of merit. Additionally, the seed has another benefit. It's beneficial for cultivators in the body tempering, divine sea, and even divine Altair realms. Cultivators can acquire the spiritual chi they need from the products grown from the good fortune seed instead of hard cultivation. It makes cultivating in these realms easier and faster. Over the years, the Tao Opening sect has cultivated many low-level disciples with these seeds. And Wang Wei tasked Yan Liling to bring some into this continent to ensure the troop no longer have any problems. There is some bad news, added Yan Liling. As expected, Li Jun's mouth twitched. It's not bad. After testing, I discover that the good fortune rice can only replenish a quarter of the soldier's origin essence. They still need to take pills to recover completely. At least your workload will decrease, comforted Li Jun, and Yan Liling nodded. The era you're about to create will truly be brilliant, suddenly said Tai Gang as he looked at the field. What brings this on? Asked Wang Wei. The idea just popped into my head, he replied. Do you have a name for it? Now that I think about it, you never told us, added Li Jun. If you think about it, the core of everything, the name is easy to guess. Everybody's eyes lit up. Indeed, commented Li Jun, but aren't you worried about some third-class emperor ruining all your hard work after inheriting such immense power? Third-class emperor, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Only first class can continue my legacy, and I won't even accept descendant. Plus, even first class won't be guaranteed. I will leave tests based on intelligence, tactical strategy, leadership, and charisma. I won't leave a back door for the Tao Opening sect, and I might make their tests harder. I want my era to be the most prosperous but also the longest. Wang Wei knew his era couldn't last forever, things that rise must fall, which is the balance rule of heaven and earth. However, he can take steps to ensure the new era lasts as long as possible by preventing weak and unworthy people from inheriting his legacy and power. Finally, I'll have you guys to keep them in check, added Wang Wei. No problem, replied Li Jun. Have you considered what will happen when another race proves the Tao, Panda, NOV-E1, that will be part of the test? They have to show that they can show some level of impartiality. I'll also leave some of my strength to punish anyone who tried to abuse the system. As long as you've thought of the possible consequences and prepared, nodded Yan Liling. Don't mention these things since it's too early, said Wang Wei. What's our next step? His king entrance token was nowhere near the activation level, so they needed to continue killing. Do we need to establish a dynasty like the Great Xia? Suggested Tai Gang. We don't have to worry about food issues. However, I feel this would make more trouble than it's worth. You're right. Governing the devil race would be a nightmare because of their hatred for us, commented Yan Liling. Such a dynasty would have too many rebellions, and with the lack of transportation, the larger our borders, the worse the situation would become. It also does not help when we cannot use death to instill fear and control the citizen, added Li Jun. Dynasty or religion is not viable, especially if we consider the time we have in this continent. So, what's the best course of action? Continue with our army, sweeping one city after the other, said Li Jun. In that case, we need a map of the surrounding. A map of the continent would be ideal, but I doubt we will find that, said Wang Wei. Did we find one in the city lord's study room? No. It appeared they purposely did not leave any written records of a map, replied Wang Ju, who stood behind Wang Wei. Did you search the city lord's soul? He killed himself and erased his mind. I admire the devil race's determination, but they are just making things more annoying, commented Wang Wei. In the next city, make sure to get a map. Otherwise, Yan Liling and I will have to figure out the terrain based on the large-scale formation that each city is part of it. Everybody went to accomplish their task to prepare to march. Military tactic. Li Jun ran forward with his spear pointed forward, eradicating anyone in his path. He then waved his spear to the left, creating a river of blood that drowned a squadron of 100,000. He looked to another group and roared. Roar of God, when God is angered, mortal suffers. His roar generated a potent power that annihilated the soul and body of anyone in his path. Li Jun then opened his mouth to spew an eerily green smoke. Anyone affected by it had black veins on their bodies and faces, their eyes turned red, and they vomited black blood. They died of poison. PNDN0V1, Li Jun then focused on another group. With one look, the soldiers instantly became pale, lost their hair, and their eye sockets became thin. They died of unknown and incurable diseases. Fear enveloped the soldiers who witnessed his brutal slaughter, and Li Jun used this to his image. He controlled the generated fear to immobilize the surrounding soldiers, preventing them from destroying their cultivation. He only came for one thing: killing. He wanted to kill as many devil races as possible before they used the same tactic in the previous city. While Li Jun was searching for his next target, he heard a scream before seeing a young-looking devil rushing toward him, with no fear and determination to die with him. Li Jun calmly looked at him. In his eyes, this soldier was slower than a snail. He calmly caught the soldier's spear and crushed it with his hand. Then, he stabbed the latter with his spear. The soldier looked directly at him, his eyes full of hatred and unwillingness. I curse you and the human race. Do you expect me to be angry at the words of a loser? Li Jun responded calmly. On the contrary, I feel pity for your kind, pity how far you've all fallen from the ancient era. And whose fault is that? Yours, of course, replied Li Jun. You guys became too greedy and created too much negative karma, too much even for you to swallow, and now, you're paying the price. The soldier looked at him fiercely before the light in his eyes faded away. Li Jun shook his head. Some devils felt they are themselves and should not pay for the crime of their ancestors. Others believed they should have continued to rule the world or, at the very least, remained a strong race after that event. Li Jun looked at another squad and used a technique, frenzy of slaughter. The soldiers' eyes turned red before they began to fight and kill each other. It was like their previous comrade was their worst enemy, as if they were the kind of enemy that killed their parents and took their wives. Another squad came to try to wake up these people from the nightmare. Unfortunately, these people also attacked them before members of this squad also became infected and turned mad in the same manner. Li Jun waved his spear to generate a rain of weapons, killing people in large quantities. He went on a slaughter spree for more than half an hour before the battle ended, and the group conquered their second city. With his previous experience, Li Jun was swifter in dealing with the aftermath. Military Tactic Room, Wang Wei looked at his token and nodded in satisfaction. Li Jun looked at the battle report, and he, too, nodded in satisfaction. This city put up more of a fight, said Tai Gang. The Blood Devil race are more militant, so few were willing to surrender even in the face of death, said Wang Wei. Did we get the map? Yes, replied Wang Ju succinctly before laying a map on the central table. There are 7 territories in this continent, each named after one of the 7 deadly sins. We are now in the sloth territory, and the territory closest to us is greed. In the grand scheme of worlds, this continent is small, said Li Jun as he looked at the map. However, it is too big for us. With our marching speed, it would take us 10 years to reach the greed territory and 6 if we have horses. It doesn't make sense, Yen Liling pointed out. With such a scale, such primitive traveling method would make things a nightmare and even hinder the development of the devil race. Even if they want to restrict us, isn't this going too far? She imagined the nightmare it would be to build the cities that make up the formation and how the lack of communication would impact the entire continent. Everything we have encountered so far indicates the game was well planned out, meaning there must be a chain of command and a way to communicate long distance, Wang Wei said. And if there is a way to communicate, there must be a way to travel instantly. A hidden rule that allowed teleportation, summarized Tai Gang, who no longer complained about this nonsense game since he expects the bullshit to continue. Any ideas? Asked Li Jun. Wang Wei shook his head, too many possibilities. In that case, let's move on, announced Li Jun. Our next target is Hell Tiger City. When is the reinforcement logistic coming? The group left a group of soldiers in White Fang City to plant a new batch of crops and bring more food. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. If we consider the time it took us to reach here, the fact they are a small group, and the time for the crops to grow, they'll arrive in 3 days, replied Yen Liling. We will depart on the 5th day. 5 days later, the legions began their march toward the next city. Midway through the journey, one of the Fate's shadow guard rushed to the group. Enemies detected on the east side. "Oh, how many people are there?" asked Li Jun, estimated to be roughly 20 million soldiers. "So, the same as our numbers." "Do you recognize who they were?" "Is there a king present?" asked Wang Wei with hope in his voice. "He's slowly dying of boredom after not doing anything for the past weeks." Before the soldier could answer, another scout arrived. "Enemies are approaching on the north side." Then, 2 more approached with news of the enemy coming from the west and south side. "We are surrounded," commented Tai Gang. "With each side having 20 million soldiers, that's a total of 80 million, 4 times our number. This could prove to be dangerous." "Do you think someone is watching us?" asked Yan Liling. "To blindside us easily with this tactic is the only way I can think of. I would normally say no, but am not completely sure when it comes to this game," responded Wang Wei. "However, the most likely scenario is a brilliant strategist." "I agree," added Li Jun. "The strategist knew where we landed, making it easy to calculate that we would attack White Fang City, the nearest city. From there, it's easy to calculate our next destination by considering whether we have a map, then plan this attack." "So, what's the plan?" asked Tai Gang. Li Jun did not immediately answer but looked at the 4 scouts. "Give me an educated guess on whose troops you think are the most powerful." The Fate's shadow guard gathered and exchanged information. They took into account things like the leading general's aura, the marching discipline of the troops, their weapons, aura, and other factors to theorize which was the better troops. "East and west, muttered Li Jun before looking at his men. "For direction formation, shields on east and west." Immediately, the troops marched to their formation. The Slaughter Legion took a position on the east and west sides, and each soldier took out the shield in their back and firmly planted it before them, forming an iron wall shield. The Undying Legion took the north and south side, ready to attack and annihilate their opponent. The Archer Squad positioned themselves in the middle to serve as support while also protecting Yan Liling and the Logistic Squad. 4 times our numbers? "No problem," declared Li Jun, who was not afraid of such a confrontation. Even outnumbered, he believed in his men's capabilities. "Coming," said Wang Wei, floating in the sky and looking in the distance. Then, he muttered, "No, King," as expected. He wanted to fight and kill a few decent opponents. The enemy soon arrived, and Li Jun yelled, "Shield." The shield squads shook their shield to create a protective barrier that protracted the east-western side, leaving the north-south side open wide. However, that is the plan for the Undying Legion to go on the offensive. And with this tactic, they only have to face half the number of troops. "Remember, you are the shield of a future emperor," yelled Li Jun. "You must not falter, you must not show any weakness and let the enemy break your defense. Even if you feel weak, despair, fearful, you must not drop the shield. Even if you die, you must defy death and persevere until your comrade behind you take your spot. Remember our motto? We are the Emperor's shield." The soldiers chanted repeatedly and in harmony as they clashed their shields on the ground, creating a euphonic sound of passion, determination, and adrenaline. "What are we?" roared Li Jun, "the Emperor's shield." "Military battle." "Excellent," commented Wang Wei as he observed these soldiers from above. Although it might look like these troops would become useless after proving the Tao, it was far from the truth. After proving the Tao, his strength will be very close to the Empyrean level if he achieves 10 extremity along with his other boosters. And the only reason he believes he cannot have Empyrean strength is because of the overwhelming transformation cultivators undergo from 69% of the Grand Tao source to 70%. The transformation is more incomprehensible from Great Emperor and Tao Ancestor with 4.99%. With such strength, he will be severely restricted in the lower dimension. So, he will need the help of others for many things, including these troops. On the ground, Li Jun looked at the troops surrounding him. He detected 2 people on horses with unique auras. Furthermore, the troops revolved around these 4 generals. He squinted his eyes. He held his spear in the middle and checked the balance before throwing it with immense force. Boom! The spear turned into a red light as it cut the air due to its sheer speed. "Array 1, roared Sloth General 1, leading the northern troops. Immediately, his soldiers reacted and formed a formation. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Li Jun's speed, which was numerous times faster than light, slowed down, traveling as it was navigating through water and working against a lot of resistance. By the time the spear reached its destination, it had lost most of its power. So Sloth General 1 used his axe to send it flying away, forcing Li Jun to recall the spear to his side. What a strange array. Is it the power of time? Or something else? He focused on the battle as the enemy's cavalry ran towards him from the north and west side. "Archers," yelled Li Jun, and arrows flew from the middle. Unfortunately, the enemy troops also had archers, and they were more skilled than the city troops. Although not as good as Li Jun's troops, they held their own with little loss until the cavalry reached the enemy. Bang! The Western cavalry clashed head-on with the Western protective shield. And no matter what they did, they could not pass these men's shields. Meanwhile, the northern side began a slaughter. These soldiers from the Undying Legion had no fear, so they attacked with unmatched ferocity. They stabbed their opponents and used elemental, spiritual, and brute force to kill as many people as possible. A pile of bodies and dead horses stood before them, but they did not care. Push! A devil stabbed a soldier in the heart, destroying the organ into oblivion. But to his horror, the man did not die or falter. After bleeding a little, and the latter responded and cut off his head. Before dying, the devil could not understand what was going on. That same soldier used the connected life force of his comrade to build another heart. And without even looking at his body or wasting time, he proceeded to kill more devils. The soldier beside him had half of his body burned by a flame devil on a flame horse. However, he smashed the devil's head before continuing to kill his enemy. He sustained even more elemental injuries but never stopped fighting. And when he reached his bonus limit, he used the connected life force to heal himself before continuing the battle. Slash! Another soldier sacrificed his arm to kill a mighty opponent. Then, with skills that indicated he had practiced before, he used his divine sense to levitate his arm from the ground and used the shared life force to reconnect it. During the entire process, he never stopped fighting and killing. Sloth General 1 frowned as he watched his enemy rapidly decimate his army. While the cavalry was being slaughtered, his infantry also approached the human troops. "Go for the head," he ordered before communicating with Sloth Generals 2 to 4, which troops had now arrived on the east and south sides. The east side was another iron wall, but the south side also had to deal with the Undying Legion. The Undying Legion trained to protect their heads, so this tactic was less effective than the devils would wish. Nevertheless, it only worked to some extent. Slash! A soldier had their heads cut off, and this should have been his end, but to these devils' horror, a white light came from his separated neck and reattached his head to his body, even drawing the spilled blood back onto his body. The devils became more aggressive and smashed these soldiers' heads. But it also regrew back. Regrettably, not all of them succeeded in regrowing their head. Tai Gang's innate talent allowed them to share life force to heal, but there was a limited amount that each soldier could access and control based on their individual talent. "Ha-ia!" roared a devil as he slammed his halberd on the ground, smashing a soldier to the ground. Blood splat over the surrounding people and on his body. But this was not the end. Splat! 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 Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And the devil continued to smash the heavy weapon with unmatched rage, turning all the soldiers' body parts into meat sauce with chunks. He did not want to give the latter a chance to regenerate. Ha ha ha, he laughed victorious before he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down to see a big hole. And with shock, he raised his head to see the same soldier before him. ND, a no V1 primordial spirit? The last thing the devil saw before entering samsara was a condescending smirk. The undying soldier looked at his fallen opponent before rushing to his comrade next to him. According to his training, if he lost his body on the battlefield, he could continue to battle or find a place to hold his primordial spirit, the sect would create a body for him later. The soldier entered his comrade's weapon according to the rules, waiting for his return in the future. "Here," said Yen Liling, handing Tai Gang numerous pills. The latter did not hesitate to swallow them. His life energy drastically increased, and he used his power to share it with his soldiers, increasing the pool of life force they had to heal. These soldiers immediately became more intense, entering a semi-berserk state since they had no fear of death. Sloth General 1 noticed the change in Yen Liling's action in the center. He knew the best way to deal with this army was to find the source of their ability. And he could already identify what it was, who it was. Unfortunately, he could not immediately take care of the problem. "Use soul attack," he ordered. This method was once again not as successful as he wished. Tai Gang developed his talent to reach the soul, meaning the soldiers can heal certain soul injuries, even if it's not all. Furthermore, knowing this was one of the weaknesses of the Undying Legion, he trained the soldiers to prepare. They had to learn soul defense techniques and have a soul-protecting artifact. The Tao Opening Sect went above and beyond to nurture these soldiers, providing them with enough resources to make some declining emperor lineage wince in pain. And this was not the end. Li Jun also helped this legion protect their souls by creating a technique that allowed them to absorb baleful auras and use them as a shield to save their souls. Swish! An arrow pierced through the sky, leaving hundreds of afterimages in its path, heading straight toward Tai Gang. He calmly raised his hand to catch it, but to everyone's surprise, the arrow divided into two, with the second one headed for Yen Liling. Checkmate, thought Sloth General 1. Unfortunately, before he could celebrate, purple flame manifested around Yen Liling and burned the arrow into oblivion. "Did they think I was a damsel in distress because I'm an advisor?" commented Yen Liling. "I think they do," replied Tai Gang. "I feel offended." Yen Liling suddenly felt like many people in the world thought she was a useless group member. "If it were not for the rules, I would burn all of them to ash." Tai Gang swallowed his saliva. He knew the horror of a talented pill master. These monsters have some of the weirdest pills. More importantly, they are all masters of poison. Wang Wei tasked Yen Liling to create poison for him to temper his body once he finished with his black holes, and Tai Gang once experienced some of her experiments. His body trembled as he remembered the horrid poisons he saw her testing. "I guess it's my turn to move," commented Li Jun as he checked on his Slaughter Legion, who was responsible for the defensive maneuver of this war. If they failed, the group would fight on 4 fronts instead of 2. He jumped on the shoulders of one of the soldiers and used them as footholders to rush toward the enemy's general. Sloth General 1 immediately ran in the opposite direction, which surprised Li Jun a little. However, he sensed 3 more people coming from behind him. "You want to fight me 4 versus 1? Not a problem." He did not hesitate to follow. However, in his way, he communicated something to the group. "Happy New Year. I know for some, it's not time yet. Nevertheless, I will say it again in tomorrow's chapters. Please take some time to read the author's note. Improve Slaughter Dao. I know he's going to be fine, but shouldn't we be more careful?" said Tai Gang as he watched Li Jun rush toward the enemy in the distance. "We are," stated Yen Liling, and Tai Gang finally noticed Wang Ju had disappeared, and his eyes lit up. Li Jun looked at the 4 people who surrounded him. As his red hair played with the wind, he rested his spear on his shoulder. "So, who are you guys?" Sloth General 1 was a devil with goat horns and claws. Sloth General 2 had black wings made of bones and a snake head. General 3 had 2 bull heads and was 5 meters tall, and General 4 was a headless human. "No answer, huh?" uttered Li Jun. "I guess we are doing this the hard way." General 4 was the first to attack as he turned into an enormous creature more than 30 meters tall before punching Li Jun. The attack was comical if someone compared their size. However, Li Jun easily blocked it with the tip of his spear. He never stopped tempering his body and suffering through the pain. Li Jun's goal is to reach 1 primordial dragon force in body refining before the heaven will battle. General 4 acted immediately and changed into a tiny creature as tall as 30 centimeters and rushed toward Li Jun with unmatched speed. Transformation Dao. Or a lesser version of it? He flicked his spear to send him flying away. Suddenly, General 1 appeared out of nowhere in front of Li Jun with a dagger stabbed in his stomach. Li Jun looked at the blood falling from his body, and after a few seconds, it disappeared as if it was never there. Interesting illusion. If I didn't see through it, my body would have responded as if I did and created a stab wound, he commented. It's a shame I outclass you in spiritual strength. The General 1 before him disappeared since it was an illusion. But the others took this opportunity to attack. War, yelled General 3 as numerous soldiers suddenly appeared behind him, boosting his stats and giving him a number advantage. Using War Dao against me? I admire your confidence, commented Li Jun. He gazed at the summoned troops coming toward him, and they suddenly dropped on the floor one by one. General 3 checked, and his face became severe. His summoned died of hunger, a common mortal problem. Sinful water, General 2 spewed out a putrid and visually unappealing black water. Anyone who lays eyes on this water will have an instinctive reaction of disgust, and the consequences of touching it are even worse. Cleansing purifying flame, Li Jun created a pure white flame that instantly disintegrated the black water. If you do not use your trump cards, you will die miserably in this battle, said Li Jun with a smirk. The 4 generals gave each a look before placing themselves in a specific position. The same strange runes appeared before them before becoming a tattoo on their bodies. Li Jun immediately felt the changes. It the previous array that acted similar to Time Dao? Li Jun raised his hand, and it appeared he was moving in slow motion. He felt he needed an extraordinary amount of energy just to move his fingers or breathe. His mind became so slow it felt like a single sentence would take an eternity to ponder. His origin essence, spiritual strength, and blood energy operated slower than an old, dying turtle. Furthermore, his thoughts became negative. He did not feel like moving a finger, literally. He felt his spear and armor were too heavy. He even felt standing up was too much work and required too much work. All Li Jun wanted was to lie down and sleep, and he was thankful that he was powerful and did not require food to sustain himself. Then, things worsened. He felt breathing or living was too much. He felt his very existence was a burden to the world and the people around him. So, all he wanted was to enter eternal sleep. He wanted to give up to stop the pain. Depression? Mental disorder? Li Jun remembered a concept he learned from Wang Wei from his past life about mental disorders. Wang Wei explained to him how a cultivator's change in their mental state and their Dao heart's destruction could be the result of mental disorders. Li Jun thought the subject was interesting, so he remembered. And this sloth ability reminded him of that discussion. If mental disorders have such a severe effect on cultivators, the situation would be 100 times worse, if not more, for mortals. How many of them have died as a result of it? His mind worked on overdrive while remaining clearer than ever. My slaughter Dao involves every aspect that causes mass death, famine, disease, natural disaster, or war. So, isn't mental disorders a part as well? A purple light flashed around Li Jun's body, granting him a more ethereal and mysterious aura. Enlightenment, commented General 1. Don't let him. The others followed him and rushed to terminate Li Jun. Unfortunately for them, for shadow tentacles manifested from the ground and blocked their paths. Who's there? Roared General 1, but no one answered him nor showed up. So, they tried again but could not get close to Li Jun, and a few minutes later, he opened his eyes with a more profound aura. Sudden enlightenment? And it was so deep? Is this what it feels like to be a super genius? Although it was not his first time having sudden enlightenment, it was never as deep as this one, and it became rare for him after comprehending the law. However, with this one, he knew he had a slight chance at reaching 5-leaf venerable strength before the heaven will battle. Li Jun squinted his eyes as a crazy idea popped into his mind. It's worth trying even if I might die. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Li Jun looked at his opponent and no longer decided to test out their powers and abilities. He deployed his Dharma body, which was holding a spear like him. All things can be killed, even sloth. The enormous spear descended from the heavens, immediately rendering the 4 generals immobile. Their arrays could not resist the spear for even a moment before bursting apart and continuing toward them. Huh, muttered Li Jun as he sensed spatial fluctuations. And before he could act, a void portal appeared and swallowed Sloth General 1. Luckily, one of the shadow tentacles entered the portal and returned with blood on the tip. Pand N0V1. Calm, they can use teleportation, as we expected, said Li Jun before gazing at the 3 dead generals. Rise. The 4 generals turned deathly gray before their lifeless bodies began to move. Li Jun asked them a few questions, but they suddenly exploded midway. Did you learn something? Asked Wang Wei, who landed next to him. Yes. 7 supreme kings controlled 7 territories, each named after one of the deadly sins. These people are the troops of the Sloth King. So, they are the people behind the scenes. I'm guessing there are lesser or weaker kings. Yes. Did you learn how he teleported away? Kings can choose a location as their home base, granting them the ability to summon their generals from long distance. But there is a price. Of course. The price is to abandon our citizen status and turn into a citizen of the 9 devil god world. They really do not want to give us any advantage. Anything else? Kings with a base are not restricted by a certain distance from their troops, granting more free range of movement. That's all I could learn since someone protected their souls from searching. Muttered Wang Wei as he pondered for a moment. This is probably not the only method of teleportation. They might even have ways to teleport troops, added Li Jun, that would shift the balance of the situation toward our side after we learn of it, analyzed Wang Wei. So, it's not very likely. However, there is definitely a way for kings to teleport from one territory to the next. For people as strong as you and D. Tian, the best tactic is to run away and hide. So, mobility is key, agreed Li Jun, who suddenly changed the topic. Can you tell me about the mental disorders you previously mentioned? Mental disorder? Is that related to your enlightenment? Yes. Mental disorder and slaughter? Oddly fits. There is no problem, but I only know very little information. He only knows about a few things he reads online and reads some basic knowledge once to impress a client. It's fine. If you want to use it to improve your slaughter Dao, you might have to study emotion, soul, and medicine law. You're probably right, he muttered after pondering for a moment. Then, he suddenly felt he fused too soon with his 8 other clones. Unfortunately, he needed the power for this event. Li Jun then remembered he was now a supreme genius and did not have to worry so much. He proceeded to annihilate the remaining troops, focusing on the east and west side that the shield squad had to fight off. Once the Undying Legion finished off their opponents on the north-south front, they aided the Slaughter Legion on the eastern and western front. Sloth Castle, General 1 suddenly appeared in one of the rooms with someone waiting for him. L-Lord, mission, failure. He dropped dead on the floor. Happy New Year, and I hope you have a wonderful year. Traitor. Sloth was a young man who looked human and dressed in black robes. The only difference was a cloth wrapped around his eyes to cover the fact he had no eyes, only empty sockets. He was a member of the no-eyes devil race. Dead, he muttered as he looked at the dead body before him, trying so hard to control his anger. He waved his hand to manifest an odd insect before inserting it into General 1's body. A few seconds later, the latter's body moved as if it was alive. What happened? Our troops were annihilated. How? The plan was perfect. Our enemy, he did not finish talking when a shadow spear came out of his body and went for Sloth's throat. He evaded slightly, but it left a small wound on his cheek. Sloth frowned as he watched General 1 suddenly disintegrate. Very careful, I see, he muttered with gritted teeth. He used his status as king to manifest a mirror where he saw numerous green spots. However, with each passing second, countless red spots disappeared. A one-sided slaughter. Sloth could already predict he would lose 4 of his legion and generals, leaving him with 1. The plan was to weaken Wang Wei's troops while he hid, forcing the latter to quit this game and have to kill another participant to acquire an entrance token. Unfortunately, the plan failed miserably, and Sloth wanted to know why. No, he wanted someone to blame. He controlled the mirror to contact someone. Greed territory, a man lay in a tent with numerous women surrounding him. They would feed him, fan him, and massage different body parts. When is this going to end? Asked Lazy Suave. You have to bear with it, husband. I don't have to fight, right? You may have to if a powerful king shows up, responded another beautiful voice. What a pain in the ass, replied Lazy Suave, who suddenly frowned. Husband, is something wrong? Nothing, just felt sleepy. Then, he closed his eyes and slept in his bed. In his dream, someone appeared before him. My lord, said Lazy Suave as he knelt on the ground. Why didn't you tell me? Excuse me? Why didn't you tell me Li Jun's troops were so powerful, you waste, roared Sloth as he kicked Lazy Suave away. Forgive me. I didn't know. Your job is to know. Your very existence is to know things I don't, rebutted Sloth as he continued kicking. General and troops training is very private and only shows up during the Heavenwell battle. In most generations, they are unimportant, so little information is known about them. Sloth stopped while Lazy Suave spewed blood. I cannot infiltrate the Tao opening sect, so my information source is almost non-existent. Sloth took a moment to breathe and calm down. He understood this was the truth. Lazy Suave could infiltrate the Myriad Emperor world and create a decent information network due to a unique chaos treasure that Wrath gave him that allowed him to hide his identity and because of his laziness gimmick. Most people who know him would only chuckle at his story and would not pay him much attention, allowing him to blend in and do things in the shadow. His role was not as crucial since Wrath seemed to have a way of acquiring some deep secrets like Di Tian and Wang Wei's strength. You better not fail me again, declared Sloth. He made Lazy Suave by imbuing a human with a core part of his essence, making Lazy Suave just a part of him. Otherwise, you know the consequence. Sloth ended the communication, leaving a trembling Lazy Suave. Immediately afterward, he contacted Wrath to have a meeting with the others. So the plan failed, uttered Wrath. Yes. Do you know the damage their troops suffered? I don't. However, based on the rate they massacred my troops, minimal. That's a problem. What about you, Lust? Di Tian's army is not that impressive as we had the overwhelming advantage. However, an anomaly occurred, she replied casually. Is it the one heavenly Tao sealed? Yes. My general can barely hold him back, but we lost many people. How are his casualties compared to you? We are still winning, but that won't last long. Do you want to retreat? Asked Wrath. It'll weaken him a little more. As you wish, but don't affect the overall plan, Wrath stated calmly. Gluttony, what happened to Mo Xingyun? She is more cunning than anticipated, she broke through my blockade, and in pursuing her, she has quite the tactical mind. Be careful, and don't be afraid to give up. I will. Anything else to report? Asked Wrath, but no one answered. Everyone can leave except for Sloth. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I am really sorry, explained Sloth once he was alone. No need to worry, I won't blame you, he reassured. I'm here for something else. Sloth was confused, so Wrath explained. Someone placed a tracker on you, and I'm here to remove it. Tracker? Sloth's face suddenly changed as he remembered something. It seems you know what happened, said Wrath. Yes. Wrath removed something from Sloth's cheeks. Be more careful from now on. I will. I know you, so you must plan to get your revenge on Wang Wei. What method are you going to use? Wrath knew how petty Sloth was and refused to take any loss. Tell me the plan. If I approve, I will support you. If not, you can give up now. Sloth felt tremendous pressure as these beautiful eyes gazed directly into his soul. Without hesitation, he confessed what he had planned. It's a good way to satisfy your desire for petty revenge. Very well, you're dismissed. Sloth immediately ended the communication, breathing deeply as he felt a weight lifted from his shoulder. Still as scary as usual, he muttered before frowning. He activated the mirror. Lust, what do you want? I wanted to check on you, Pan DN0VE1CM, since when were you so nice? That's unfair. We used to be very closed, so what's wrong with me checking on you? What do you want? Asked Sloth with raised eyebrows. Nothing. I was just thinking about our intimate past, before the trial, before the game. After seeing how distressed you were, all these memories rushed in. Lust smiled gently. I wanted to see you. Sloth bit the lower part of his lip. Fine, you can come to see me. Kings can teleport between each other's locations if they ally. That's the primary way they travel between different territories. It's because of this alliance system that they can communicate long distances. A few minutes later, Lust, dressed in quite a revealing outfit, teleported to his base. Without hesitation or pause, they jumped onto each other's arms, acting like wild animals lost to their primal desires. A few hours later, Sloth looked at Lust's beautiful and elastic skin. Her charm was simply irresistible. Do you mind if I walked around in your territory? It's been a while since I was here. Do as you wish, but be careful. Thank you, said Lust as she gave him a kiss with a jovial smile and left the room. Sloth watched her go with a deep look in his eyes. In that trial, we had first to conquer our 7 deadly sins. So, what happened to you? Did you fail or decide to indulge in your power? He shook his head while sighing. He put his clothes on before leaving. He had other plans he needed to accomplish. Sec Master, I've got some news, said Wang Ju. What is it? Someone removed the tracker I placed on the enemy. They are quite capable. Did you get any information? I got a general location of their position but nothing concrete. That's more than enough. Wang Wei looked at his entrance token, which was more than 75% activated. With a few more victories, it would be activated. By then, he has to worry about the number of people the token will allow. He guessed the more people allowed, the higher a token would be required. And Wang Wei wanted to bring the maximum number of troops to protect him from cannon fodder tactics and ensure he was in the best state for his fight with Di Tian. This was a worthwhile victory, said Li Jun as he approached the rest of the group. And we finally have enough horses for a cavalry. We also have our destination, said Wang Wei before he explained what Wang Ju found. If kings have a base, it should be different from normal cities and obvious to detect once we see it. Yes, but the location might be at the far end of this territory, forcing us to walk for years with nothing in sight, complained Tai Gang. You have a point. We have horses, but not enough for everyone. Let's head in that direction. If we found the base, it's fine. If not, we will accomplish our main objective while trying to find a faster way of travel, summarized Wang Wei. Before that, Liling, let's try something new. What is it? Let's see if advisors can give people other roles. If that's possible, my workload would be drastically reduced. She had to refine all the pills and even repair some of the soldiers' equipment. An aide would greatly help her. Someone in my Discord predicted this twist, so I almost removed it from the story. There is nothing more aggravating as a writer when someone predicts something you were excited to reveal. However, I decided otherwise because most people would not remember who Lazy Suave was. Third match. Yi Lianchang floated above, showing his jagged teeth as he looked down. Beneath him was a cube-shaped barrier that contained a large ocean. 2 armies fought inside that ocean, the Devil and the Sea Race troops. Yi Lianchang was calm as he watched the battle since his troops used this array to change the environment and give them an advantage. The water boosted the Sea Race troops' power, allowing them a one-sided massacre. Every time a devil died, Yi Lianchang would inhale their soul, energy, blood, and flesh. Terrible sacrifices. Even the number cannot make up for the lack of quality. I need better sacrifices. He frowned as he pondered. I came to this place due to the fewer restrictions in the myriad Emperor world. However, I did not expect to be even more restricted. Yi Lianchang waited until the battle finished and had his men close the formation and clean up. As he watched everything from above, he became irritated. I need an excellent sacrifice. He then remembered the clashes between these two a while ago. Wang Wei, talent, strength, soul, luck, and destiny. He is the best sacrifice I could ever find in the lower dimension. He licked his lips thinking about it. Although Di Tian is excellent as well, he lacks something I cannot pinpoint. Yi Lianchang squinted his eyes. Luckily, I don't need to choose, I can get my hands on both. He looked in the distance before muttering, where are they? Suddenly, he heard indistinguishable murmurs that would drive most people to madness. The sloth and lust territory? That's very far from the pride territory. Yi Lianchang knew how long it would take him to travel from his current location to the sloth territory with his troops. By the time he reached his destination, the entire event might have ended. As for waiting until after the game, he came to this place in the first place because he feared using his power in the myriad emperor world and being detected by some old monster or some hidden power. Yi Lianchang looked at his entrance token for a moment before shaking his head. It was not that important since he could take it from someone else. Then, he gazed at his troops. His arm turned into a gargantuan octopus tentacle before slapping these soldiers into oblivion. He ignored the scream and desperation of his own men, killing them without hesitation or remorse. He only left one person alive, a general. Yi Lianchang absorbed these people's blood, flesh, and everything of value. Then, he landed on the remaining survivor. Lord, why? We dedicated our lives to serving you, asked the soldiers with tremendous pain in his voice. He dedicated his life to the Lord, but it was painful to see how easily they were discarded without any purpose or explanation. You don't need to know, said Yi Lianchang before making the general pass out. If it was not for this stupid game and its rule, you could have survived longer, muttered Yi Lianchang before putting that general on his back. Then, he ran at full speed toward the sloth territory. He regretted he still could not fly with only one soldier. Sloth territory, success, said Yan Liling with extreme joy as she looked at the 5 people who acquired the role of aide. Easier than I thought. She never thought she only had to say a few words similar to a blessing for the game to acknowledge the change. Indeed. We don't have to try the other complicated methods, added Wang Wei. If things did not succeed in the first method, he planned to establish the ceremony cultivator used to contact Heavenly Tao as a way to get the role. Our productivity has increased, so let's continue our journey, he commented. Then, the group assembled the necessity before marching to the next city. Wang Wei met his first king in this game and became excited. Unfortunately, the latter was too weak and could not quench his thirst for battle. As he looked at the dead king before him, he could only shake his head before proceeding to check his body. Did you find something new? Asked Li Jun, who had just finished with the city's cleanup. Not really. The only thing I discovered is the more powerful a devil, the higher concentration of human bloodline it contains. So, your theory is correct, they use human bloodline to deal with the seal. The evidence suggests as such. What I want to know is who is responsible for this idea. The 7 ultimate kings, the sealed devil gods, or someone else entirely? Our lack of mobility and restriction makes it more difficult to investigate these things. That's the current issue, agreed Wang Wei before looking at his entrance token. We only need 2 to 3 more cities before the token's activation. Then, we can head to Sloth's base to see if we can find something. The troops gathered all the resources from the destroyed city before moving on to their next destination. During their march, the scouts suddenly returned with news. Enemies detected in the northeast. Northeast? According to the map, no city or town is in that direction. It is one of our own. A heaven chosen? Who? The leader of the Divine Tao League, Fang Lijuan. Her. It seems fate knew we had unfinished business, Li Jun said with a smile. He did not immediately order the troops to go after her but contacted Wang Wei. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. You can deal with her, responded Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao cannot blame him if he is not the one massacring these heaven chosen. Furthermore, he worries about alliance and cannon fodder affecting his stamina. So, it's in his best interest to reduce the troops of his competitors. Damn it, said Fong Lijuan. I should have guessed something was wrong with that squad. She's been fighting with this powerful legion that used guerrilla tactics, forcing her to follow them. But recently, she lost track of them and felt something was wrong. However, before she could react, her scout brought news Wang Wei's troops were nearby. How many troops do they have? Roughly 20 million, replied the scout. 20 million? That's the exact number they came with. Are you saying they've barely lost any soldiers? I'm only reporting what I saw. Fong Lijuan's eyes became red as he looked at the scout, but she did not act out as she understood this man was only doing his job. Furthermore, she knew she had to remain calm in this situation to have the slightest chance of survival. Do they have horses? Yes. Fong Lijuan immediately knew running away was not an option, even if she abandoned most of her troops. Plus, Wang Wei can catch me as long as he's not too far from his troops. She knew the horror of the Nine Extremity Foundation from Mo Xingyun. Many thoughts flashed across her mind, thinking of the best way to survive this encounter. I should have followed Mo Xingyun's advice and come with a puppet. Fong Lijuan knew it was not the time to have these useless thoughts. What matters is to find a ray of life in this desperate situation. There is only one solution. She made up her mind and ordered her troops to prepare, waiting for the opponent. A few minutes later, she saw Li Jun gallantly leading his troops before her. If it isn't the god of war, Li Jun, Fong Lijuan said with a sneer and blatant mockery. I can smell the fear from you from a mile away. I'm surprised. What have you so rattled? Countered Li Jun, and he was not lying. His recent enlightenment gave him a sixth sense of detecting emotions. Fear? Why would I be afraid of a loser I previously defeated? Replied Fong Lijuan with great composure despite the rapid beating of her heart. Interesting. Besides fear, I can sense hope and desperation from you, said Li Jun, so, you must have come up with a way to survive this encounter. Be direct, and I might entertain the idea. Fong Lijuan secretly clenched her hands. She did not like the feeling of how he could see through her. Fine, she said while exhaling. I'll be direct. I want to make a deal with you. Deal? I'm listening. Li Jun could guess what she would say next. A battle between the of us. If I win, I want you to let me leave, without touching my men or me, she said, looking at Wang Wei, who seemed nonchalant about everything happening. And when I win? If you win, I will give you the invisible talisman. The invisible talisman is now linked to your Dao. Removing it from your body would result in terrible Dao Foundation injury. Such injury would end your cultivation path, unless you use precious resources to heal. However, with how poor your Divine Dao League is, you don't have to worry about our status. As a heaven chosen, she has used her luck to drastically improve the League situation. Nevertheless, Li Jun was correct regarding the resources to heal Dao Foundation injury of this magnitude. Good proposition, but I can take the talisman from your corpse without any agreement. What are you scared of? Oh, I forgot you need your master's help to do anything. What a good little dog, she taunted with a sneer. You will have to do better than that, Li Jun replied calmly. Fine, I'll add news about the whereabouts of the war talisman. Li Jun squinted his eyes. Are you serious? I am willing to sign a contract to prove I'm not lying, replied Fong Lijuan. However, I've taken measures so that only I know this information. No matter what you do, you can't get the news from me, even from my corpse. Li Jun pondered for a moment. All right. I agree to your terms. He knew Wang Wei could not kill her, but she did not know that. So, he would use this lack of information to his advantage. They signed the contract before beginning the battle. Killing fate. Fong Lijuan did not waste time and activated her Dharma body, which looked like her but had a weird aura surrounding it that made it seem that it did not exist, that it was invisible. Li Jun followed her and deployed his Dharma body, except it had a hidden quiet bloodlust hidden deep in his eyes. Tell me, how can you affect something you cannot see? Something invisible. Li Jun immediately lost track of Fang Lijuan as she became invisible to him and unknown to the world. How can an ant hide from a god? And unfortunately, no creature, known or unknown, can escape the clutches of death. His Dharma body stabbed a golden spear directly at Fang Lijuan's location. Shadow escape, she disappeared before manifesting a distance, avoiding the attack. Immediately, Fang Lijuan knew the fight wouldn't be as easy as she had guessed. Shadow Dao? It seems you've improved since we last met, said Li Jun. Fang Lijuan did not answer. She might have been quite arrogant before, but after breaking through the limit of her bloodline and experiencing many things in this generation, she's not stupid enough to keep holding on to certain detrimental ideas of the Divine Dao League. She knows to constantly improve and never become complacent. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting her is death, or worse, becoming irrelevant. Wrath of the Shadow World, Li Jun sensed something and looked into the sky. Invisible shadow? He sensed she created a small world full of shadow energy to enhance her attack. Then, she applied her invisible Dao to the shadow to enhance their hiding ability. Bang! Numerous shadow spears, swords, palms, and punches landed on Li Jun, but he did not move a single step. He easily tanked the attack with his fleshly body with no injury. Then, he looked at her as if to say, "Do you have something better? Is this the best you can do?" Oftentimes, knowledge and the truth are invisible to us. The surrounding immediately changed after Fang Lijuan's Dharma body used this technique. The soldiers in the surroundings began to lose their knowledge or all the things they learned in their lives, including how to cultivate and how to use their powers. They began to forget fundamental truths like they were humans, had a mind, spirit, and soul, or that they understood the laws of heaven and earth. And it was the same for Li Jun. The fear of death is ingrained in all living beings, and slaughter is instinctual, especially when someone is cornered. Li Jun's counter immediately removed the effect of this spell before counterattacking with a beam of death energy. Fang Lijuan's Dharma body turned into a giant crystal and protected her. Boom! She defended the attack but was still injured, blood spilled from her nose, and her complexion became paler. Fang Lijuan immediately tried to make her injury invisible as a way to heal. If it's not there and invisible, then it does not exist. Unfortunately, Li Jun's D realm would not allow such a thing. Is this what Mo Xingyun referred to as D realm? How can Li Jun be talented enough to reach such a stage? Fang Lijuan knew she could not achieve 9 extremity, so she wanted to enter the D realm at least. But even that was more challenging than it sounded. Her mind worked rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the battle from a distance. They were not surprised by the flowering words these Dharma bodies would recite during the match. In the Supreme Realm, battles are often more about understanding the Tao and manifested in the form of a philosophical debate. Although it may appear stupid and pointless to some people, they knew these battles were perilous if something went wrong. If a cultivator suddenly doubts their Taoist during one of these debates, there is a high chance of developing heart devil, the collapse of the Tao heart, and/or their state of mind. And this collapse has created the existence of an anomaly, half-emperors. Typically, these people with doubts or wrong interpretations of their Tao would die if they ever touched the heaven will. However, throughout history, one recorded exception is the Heat Emperor. The Heat Emperor cultivated pure Yang Tao, with a fighting style involving extreme heat to burn all matters and concepts. However, in one of his battle in the Supreme Realm, someone pointed out that solitary Yang cannot exist without Yin, and vice versa, meaning he needed a touch of Yin Tao in his extreme Yang Tao. Unfortunately, the Heat Emperor refused to accept this fact and went on a maddening tirade. Years later, no one knew how he managed to enter the quasi-realm, and he took the heaven will with some luck and strength. Then, the world learned of half-emperors, an entity even weaker than pseudo-emperors. Pseudo-emperors can become third class as long as they fix their Tao hearts. However, half-emperors are as weak as 5 root Tao ancestors. According to records, they have the eternity ability of ordinary emperors, but it is unknown whether they can improve or fix the issue with their Tao. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MPN DN0VE1 C. M. Wang Wei theorized the Heat Emperor might have been the first half-emperor, and Heavenly Tao fixed the bug in the game after him. Of course, there is also the possibility that half-emperors is more common in other places like other source chaos worlds. Fang Lijuan decided to be even more aggressive in her approach. The things most important to us cannot be seen. What are the most important things to Li Jun? His family, loyalty, sect, and pursuit of the Tao. All of a sudden, he felt these were not that important. They were rapidly becoming invisible to him, they no longer were a part of him. My slaughter Tao exists for guardianship, and as long there are people I need to protect, nothing can change my essence. Splish. Fang Lijuan suffered backlash for the failure of this technique. But she did not care since it was the first step of her plan. Shadow attachment, a very subtle and undetectable shadow expanded from her body to connect to Li Jun's shadow. Now, your power belongs to me, said Fang Lijuan. Through the connection of the shadow, she can access her opponent's power and bless herself with it. This is one of the tactics she's been planning to use against Wang Wei and Di Tian after learning about their strengths. Of course, she knew this was far from enough. My power? Can you even handle its weight? Can you handle the burden of death? The screams of the fallen? Screamed Fang Lijuan, her voice shrieking with misery and pain. The voices, make them stop. She could hear an infinite number of people talking to her, asking her why she killed them. It was like she had to confront the grieving souls of all the people Li Jun had killed. However, there is no way he could have killed so many people. Li Jun did not kill so many people. However, in the sex trial, he had to confront the killing intent and baleful aura of numerous emperors who had too much blood on their hands. He has been using this method to temper his mind and willpower. So, he passed on this burden to Fang Lijuan for her to have a small taste. This battle has been quite the disappointment, he commented. He has not even used his immortal venerable strength yet, otherwise, he would have instantly crushed her. Not yet, it's not over, stuttered Fang Lijuan as she disconnected the shadow and abandoned her previous tactic. I have one last attack. Suddenly, her aura exploded as it drastically increased. Then, her hair turned white-gray like an older woman, and her face aged with wrinkles and age spots. The power of invisibility emanating from her Dharma body became even more potent. Things are finally becoming interesting, commented Li Jun, who could see she sacrificed her lifespan to exponentially boost the invisible talisman's power. She even reached the strength of one leaf immortal venerable. The invisible hand of fate, a gray hand with the power of fate, descended from the heavens intending to annihilate Li Jun, and he looked at the sky in shock. I win, thought Fang Lijuan. She spent countless years and efforts before developing this technique that used invisible Tao to manifest the power of fate Tao. However, this is not why she believes she won, given she already concluded Li Jun has immortal venerable strength. It's because of who you are, you worship your big brother. You worship his strength, intelligence, and, more importantly, his Tao, she thought with a sneer. And when confronted with its power, you become overwhelmed, thinking there is nothing you can do before it. Li Jun looked at the descending palm, unable to move. He faced that palm many times in practice, and he was always helpless each time. And today, seeing it brought back all these memories. As he was about to be squashed to death, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, fate can be killed. His eyes suddenly became bright as he held his spear. Yes, there is nothing between heaven and earth that I cannot kill. Fate-killing spear, he stabbed his spear, utilizing all the power of his slaughter Tao. The palm disintegrated into beautiful motes of light, turning the gray sky back to its blue color. Luck manifestation. Li Jun looked at the spear in his hand, his eyes brighter than they'd ever been in his life. His mind was clear as he felt a blockage in his mind was removed. Maybe it was in his mind, but he felt his breathing was more regular, the air was fresher, and the world was more colorful than usual. He glanced at Fang Lijuan. I guess I should thank you. Impossible. I should have won, argued Fang Lijuan. But you didn't. It's unfair, yelled Fang Lijuan. The only reason you're so powerful is because of him. It's not fair. And without the invisible talisman, you would never have today's achievement, countered Li Jun, you would only be a Medicare member from the Divine Tao League restricted by your bloodline. Luck and destiny manifest in different ways. Fang Lijuan did not know how to answer. She looked at her old and decrepit hand. Thinking about her life from the moment she was born, she thought of the burden of reviving the Divine Tao League. She remembered how her fate would have been a tool for marriage if she did not display enough talent. Fang Lijuan remembered how she had to put away her pride and dignity to deal with someone as lowly as Long Outyan. Her decision turned out to be correct since she found the invisible talisman, which changed the direction of her fate. Can you spare me? I don't want to die. No one wants to die, replied Li Jun. Now, hold your end of the contract. Are there no rooms for discussions? No, so please don't force me to make you experience a fate worse than death. Fang Lijuan opened her mouth but did not say anything. She wanted to plead for her life and even offered to become his woman. However, she knew with this man's display of willpower, he would not accept such an offer. More importantly, she still had some pride. She did not want to grovel before her enemy, begging for her life. Nevertheless, she did not want to die. Fang Lijuan told him about the information she had gathered regarding the war talisman. Although it was not the exact location, with the Tao opening sex information gathering capabilities, he should find its location after searching for a while. Then, she placed her hand above her heart to take out the invisible talisman. I don't want my journey to end here. Fang Lijuan was unwilling, and until the end, she thought of any possibility of escaping. Hurry up, demanded Li Jun with impatience. Suddenly, Fang Lijuan's old eyes brightened, and she yelled, Heavenly Tao, I want to change sides. I want to join the devil's side. Bang! Li Jun's spear hit a golden barrier that easily nullified his attack. Then, he sensed the unique power of Heavenly Tao that controls the game. Player Fang Lijuan wishes to switch their allegiance. Please confirm yes or no. Yes, but take me away from this place. Do you know what you're doing? By becoming a traitor, you'll forfeit your right to prove the Tao, said Wang Wei. Maybe in the myriad emperor world, but the endless void is vast, with many opportunities, replied Fang Lijuan with a sneer. What about your Divine Tao League? Do you know the fate they'll suffer once your betrayal is known? Fang Lijuan gritted her teeth but did not answer. This method was the only way to survive. The switch is part of the rules and accepted. Fang Lijuan turned into a white light before disappearing. Damn it, cursed Li Jun, what about the contract? Two things descended from the sky into his hand as soon as he said these words. World source and merit? That's the price for breaking the contract? Immediately he sensed something wrong. Why is Heavenly Tao willing to go this far from one Fang Lijuan? That's a good question, said Wang Wei as he looked at the horizon. If I knew this would happen, would have killed her quickly. Don't blame yourself. At least we learned one more important game rule, comforted Yan Liling. What do we do with her troops? Asked Tai Gang. Should we kill them? Do we have enough food and supplies to sustain them? It's not a problem to feed them with the good fortune seeds. The only issue is the spiritual herbs to refine the energy recuperating pills they need after each battle. Why do you ask? I have a feeling they might become useful as cannon fodder very soon, explained Wang Wei. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. They'll find a way, logistic-wise, to sustain them. And they'll go place the fear of the heavens on them to surrender, said Li Jun before walking toward them. Wrath territory, inside a castle. Wrath suddenly opened her deep red eyes that contained multiple rings. She stood up from her cultivation retreat with no clothes on. She had the habit of cultivating completely naked since it felt more liberating. A white hanfu appeared on her well-defined and developed body. Adding her beautiful light pink hair in the form of one braid, her beauty could give Su Shi and Suya a run for their money. And in terms of aura, she only lost to Wu Hong because she had not seen the pinnacle of the Tao, standing above trillions upon trillions of living creatures. She walked out of the room, calculating something. A defector, her eyes lit up. Such a person would make the plan go more smoothly. Wrath hoped for a defector but never planned for one, given how much humans hated devils. this kind of intergenerational hatred has been ingrained in the human's blood and soul. She waved her hand to manifest a mirror that reflected all 7 territories. The mirror reflected humans and devils in the shape of black and white dots. The black dots were disappearing at an alarming rate, but she did not care about this. Wrath only cares about the disappearance of the white spots. Not enough bloodshed, she commented. But there is still time. She controlled the mirror to reflect something else. The defector is in my territory? Excellent. Wrath prepared to leave her castle for the first time since this game started. She could have dealt a significant blow to the myriad Emperor world, given her power. Besides Di Tian and Wang Wei, and the anomaly Yi Lianshang, she was confident in easily slaughtering all the other Heaven Chosens, even the ultimate kings. However, Wrath knew doing this would ruin the overall plan. Furthermore, if she did this, the myriad Emperor world's heavenly Tao would overthrow the game board by removing the restraint on Wang Wei and Di Tian, allowing them to hunt her down. So, she must be careful and not affect the balance. After giving her subordinates a few orders, she flew in one direction. Fang Lijuan suddenly appeared far from the castle, inside a forest that is about 15 days of non-stop marching. Saved, she muttered after looking around. I don't have much time. I need to stabilize my injury before acting quickly. She plans to contact the Divine Tao League members and have them leave or hide as soon as possible. She hoped to save as many people as possible, or at the very least, the Fang clan. Simultaneously, Fang Lijuan feared the League would abandon her and label her a traitor to survive this ordeal. The Divine Tao League is too poor, which reduces other factions' incentive to eliminate them for their resources. As such, if they remove all connections with her, offer the Fang clan as a sacrifice, and swear an oath to hunt her down, they might survive this ordeal. I can worry about these things after I stabilize my injury. Fang Lijuan headed to a mountain nearby to create a safe place to heal. A few dozen meters outside the forest was a troop of soldiers, and their leader was Tong Ruobing. They had just won a victory a few days ago and were on their way to the next city, but her troops took camp in this forest to find more food and possible demonic animals. Something is going on, thought Tong Ruobing as she felt relentless. She calculated what the issue was and discovered her Chi Luck dragon was agitated. A fortunate encounter? And it seems to be a good one. She crafted a luck calculating talisman before connecting it to her Chi Luck dragon. The forest? Tong Ruobing did not hesitate to follow the direction where she discovered a recently made formation. Although the person tried to hide it, this level was not enough to hide from a rune expert like herself. After taking a moment to break the formation, Tong Ruobing headed inside, where she saw an older woman looking at her while on guard. It took her a moment, but she soon realized who this person was. Fang Lijuan? Tong Ruobing. Huh, my luck is truly booming, said Tong Ruobing with her cute and innocent face. We do not have any animosity. Given my state, you don't have to be hostile. Animosity? We are competitors destined to kill each other. Anyway, don't waste your breath, you've been on my killing list for a while now. Why? What do you think? The invisible talisman. Exactly. I've been thinking of ways to increase my strength, and the best method is to absorb some of the 12 ancestral talismans. Tong Ruobing is connected to the origin talisman, so it would benefit her immensely to absorb the other ancestral talismans. As such, after seeing the clash between Di Tian and Wang Wei, she placed Fang Lijuan on her hunting list. I'm sure we could nego. Tong Ruobing waved his hand to manifest numerous runes and instantly sealed her. And with Fang Lijuan's current state, she could not resist. It would be a shame to kill you. I'll have the invisible talisman absorb all your powers and Tao, making it in a better shape for me to use. She then refined Fang Lijuan's powers and fused them into the invisible talisman. And once she finished, one more heaven chosen had fallen. With this talisman, should be able to break the 4-leaf barrier and maybe even reach 5-leaf. But it's not enough, muttered Tong Ruobing. Love. Wrath floated above the sky, looking down at Tong Ruobing in the forest. She knew she was late and someone had killed the defector. The air around her twisted as she tried to rein in her anger. It was one thing to have no hope, but the despair or disappointment is even worse once it's crushed right before her. She landed on the floor, calling out her sword. Her actions immediately alerted Tong Ruobing, and she became on guard. Feeling a sense of dread, Tong Ruobing immediately activated her Proving Dao artifact, creating a pink crystal on her forehead. "Who are you?" asked Tong Ruobing. However, she received no answer. Heaven Eradicating Stab. A dark red sword energy flew from Wrath's sword to swallow Tong Ruobing, so she used defensive talismans and redirecting talisman to deflect the attack to its enemy. Her tactic failed miserably as the redirecting talisman broke apart under the sheer power of the sword. Meanwhile, her defensive talismans barely blocked the attack by forcing her dozens of steps behind. "You're a devil." Tong Ruobing's surprise came from Wrath having no physical traits of any devil subspecies. Even her bloodline did not give away her identity, she only discovered it because of the innate maliciousness devil contained deep in their souls due to their ability to absorb negative karma. "No, you're more like a human with a devil bloodline," commented Tong Ruobing. "Does that matter?" Heaven Killing Slash. The surroundings turned dark red with a swing of Wrath's swords. Cries of agony could be heard as if the heavens roared in pain because of that sword. Tong Ruobing acted swiftly to use teleportation talisman for short-distance space travel to evade the sword. She discovered, kings could teleport short distances when they engaged in battle. Regrettably, her attempt failed. A sword that kills the heaven must be mighty and encompassing. "So, how could you evade?" said Wrath with a sneer. After being hit by that slash, Tong Ruobing felt every atom of her body was about to sever. Her defensive capabilities were like a mortal child fighting a body-refining stage cultivator. Immediately, she activated her trump card, one of her best talismans, the Reality Illusion Conversion Talisman. She converted many of the attack's potency and injuries into an illusion to save herself. "Who are you? And what do you want?" asked Tong Ruobing, lying on the ground missing her left arm, the right side of her brain, and many holes in her body. She knew she would have perished if the opponent did not control their strength. "The Myriad Emperor world is truly experiencing a resurgence," sighed Wrath after detecting Tong Ruobing's immortal Veneral 3-leaf strength. What's more, the latter still had more potential. Besides her, only 3 of the other sins had immortal venerable strength, but they were only in 1 to 2 leaf and had to rely on treasures and secret techniques to reach higher strength. However, this number should have been much higher, given who and how they were trained. Wrath looked at Tong Ruobing. "You should thank your luck." She then flew away. She controlled herself despite her emotions. She knew she could not start killing these heaven chosens, otherwise, the plan would be ruined. After returning to her castle, Wrath headed directly to one of the rooms where a red sword floated above a dark red blood pool. A mysterious aura came from different locations to enter the sword. "My 9-leaf strength is not enough. I need to reach the Dao ancestor level of power, and this is my only chance." She squinted at the sword before leaving. Sloth territory. The group had finished subduing Fang Lijuan's troops and was camping when Wang Wei sensed something. "What is it?" "I think something happened to Fang Lijuan," he replied. "What do you mean?" "I don't know since I cannot calculate heaven's secrets in this place. But I sense a shift in the river of fate. Her heavenly luck was stripped from her because of her betrayal, so something bad definitely happened to her, she might even die." "I say good riddance," stated Yan Liling. "If it's true, I would be sad," said Li Jun, shaking his head. "And why is that?" "She is technically the first real opponent I've ever had in my cultivation journey. I don't know. Somehow, I feel sad knowing she was dead." "I could understand you feeling that way, if she did not become a traitor." Li Jun shook his head and did not explain. He disdained Fang Lijuan's actions despite understanding she did it out of fear of death. Nevertheless, he still felt nostalgic for some reason. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked in one direction, garnering the group's attention. Soon, they sensed the same thing as him as someone approached them. "Wife," he said. "Surprised," said Wu Hong with a smile. I am. I thought you didn't want to come. I only said that to surprise you later on. Well, that was a great surprise, replied Wang Wei with joy written all over his face. I knew you would like it. More than like it. With you here, I can figure out the ins and outs of this stupid game. With his wife by his side, he's like a tiger with wings attached to him, becoming 100 times deadlier and more efficient as a hunter. Bang! Wang Wei punched straight through Wu Hong's heart, blood splashing on his clothes and the ground. Then, with a calm and indifferent gaze, he removed his bloody fist, looking at her kneeling on the floor. How did you know? Every time I see her, my heart flutters, and the world seems brighter. In our more than 100,000 years spent together, this has always been the case. Even if I slept next to her and lay eyes on her in the morning, this has never changed until today. There are a few other reasons Wang Wei knew she was fake. He did not sense their fake connection. Wu Hong would not have easily changed her mind after saying she would not interfere, and if she wanted to surprise him with her personality, she would have appeared out of nowhere to see his flustered reaction. However, the sensation he felt after laying eyes on her was the first thing he noticed that made him think something was wrong. Only because of this? Lust could not believe her plan failed because of such a stupid reason. Yes. What if you were wrong? Then I would be wrong, replied Wang Wei. If he were wrong, Wu Hong would only ask him why he attacked her before beating him until his mother could not recognize him. Why, you're a ruthless man. You did not hesitate in the slightest, said Lust, with blood dripping from her mouth. If the role were reversed, I guarantee you she would also not hesitate. This is not over, Wang Wei. I will have the last laugh, said Lust before disappearing, still with Wu Hong's visage. Wang Wei was not surprised as he detected she was a clone or projection after attacking her. He sneered as he followed the karma connection he had just made to a place far in the distance. The real Lust opened her eyes 1,000 meters away and coughed a big mouthful of blood. Immediately, she sensed her aura drastically decreasing. Damn it, the attack traced back to my main body. She was careful and used a clone. She even used this secret technique that allowed the clone to hide its existence, intending to make it more difficult to detect it was an imitation and trace it back to her. Unfortunately, she underestimated Wang Wei's capabilities. To be precise, even if she overestimated his ability for this plan, it was not nearly enough. I don't have much time left, she concluded after analyzing her condition. She hurriedly activated her alliance authority to return to Sloth Castle before teleporting to her territory. After returning home, she immediately took out a chaos treasure. After passing the trial, each of the 7 deadly sins received one. She did not hesitate to sacrifice and ruin the treasure to heal her injury. However, Wang Wei's 9-stage D realm was a nightmare, so she could barely stabilize her injury. Damn it, do I have to ask Wrath for help? Lust pondered with gritted teeth. No, there is another way, D Tian. She is a lust devil. After passing the trial, she also inherited the lust Dao. Her bloodline with the Dao granted her immense power and 2 special abilities. The first one is to turn into a perfect physical replica of what a person loved the most. It could be their friends, family, lovers, or child. Although this technique was not flawless, she used other methods to enhance its capabilities. The second ability is she could inherit a person's strength or power after sleeping with them. So, she planned to steal Wang Wei's power once she fulfilled this condition. As long as I get his power, I can heal myself and even have my revenge. After thinking for a moment, Lust prepared. She had to worry, but she also was not sloppy. She found a way to hide her injuries and prevent D Tian from detecting something. Unfortunately, she was too weak to create another clone and had to take the risk. Once the preparations finished, he headed to his destination. Obsession. D Tian sat in a tent with a table and map, looking at the marching route of the army. He was not satisfied with his troops' performance. Nevertheless, they could still get the job done and activate his token. I still need good generals to counter Li Jun and Tai Gang. Before the destruction of the Sleepers, he knew of these 2 troops, especially of Tai Gang's Undying Legion. However, back then, he cared only a little for a general and their troops since he did not think they would become that important. So, He only asked his sleepers to keep their eyes on them and infiltrate their ranks if possible. All that work, gone in an instant. Tian was still mad about that tremendous loss. Although he has rebuilt the sleepers, they were nothing compared to their past selves. While planning the next attack, he suddenly sensed something in the distance. Someone trying to lure me? He sneered before walking out of the tent, heading in the direction he felt something. Tian paused as he saw a beautiful woman bathing in the light of the moon, gazing at the sky. The tree next to her shaded from the freezing cold of the night wind, guarding her like an eternal protector. So perfect, he muttered under his breath, mesmerized by her aura. Ninger, is that you? After leaving his seal, he tried to find her again, but to no avail. I thought you did not want to see me. I didn't want to, but here I am, replied Xiao Ning. Tian walked before her, holding her warm hand. He hesitantly raised his hand to caress her cheek. They were the same as he remembered, the exact same face he longed for. Something seems wrong. You seem weaker than when I last saw you. Xiao Ning sighed out loud. I did not want to tell you, but I don't have much time left. You're disappearing? I should have expected this. Whatever obsession keeps you tethered to this mortal coil would not last forever. A sad truth, regrettably, replied Xiao Ning as she also caressed his face. Before I leave, I wanted to see you one last time. To spent, she blushed, which in fact, accentuated her perfect beauty. One last night of passion. I cannot remember the last time I saw you so embarrassed, Tian stated with the most brilliant smile on his 100 million years of life. Don't make fun of me, you know I get shy. That's true. He gently kissed her, feeling the lost sensation of his youth. The last time he stroked her lips, he was nothing but a young, passionate, and arrogant late with no fear of the world and boundless hope and ambition for the future. Tian waved his hand to isolate the surrounding area and clean the ground. Then, they took off their clothes and lost themselves in the bosom of passion, thrusting themselves into the abyss of longing. Their lust and passion lasted more than 5 hours before ending. Tian stood up from the floor before slowly putting his clothes on. He did not rush or use spells or techniques to place them on magically. Once he finished, he turned around to look at Ninger on the floor. With a calm gaze, he watched as black smoke emanated from her body. He sighed. How did you know? Lust could not believe she had failed twice in a row, especially when she reached so far with Tian. Longing is one of the most powerful things that exist, stated Tian calmly. One time, I missed her so much that I began to dabble in illusion to see her again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I tried, I could not recreate her. But you succeeded. I don't know how exactly, but you turned into my Ninger. He guessed she could reproduce things perfectly from his mind, but he was not entirely sure. If so, how did you know? She asked, pain expressed all over her face. When I touched you and felt the warmth of your hand, when I sensed your heartbeat and the vitality in your face, I knew you were alive. I knew even the Ninger spirit was incapable of recreating such vividness. Lust wanted to scream. She again failed because of such a ridiculous thing. No, not ridiculous, it's love. Something I always disdained as a lust devil. Her life was always about unbridled and unrestrained passion, so the concept of love to her was nothing but a human emotion that she believed many species let themselves be slaved to. If you knew it was me, why did you bed me? She asked as many parts of her body had dissipated. I am a very lonely man. After so many years, I could not resist the temptation, replied Tian, gazing directly into her eyes. Don't you feel any remorse? You've betrayed the woman you claimed to love, the woman you supposedly would do anything for. P&D1. I do feel remorseful. And when I see her again, I will confess my sin, and she will forgive me. After all, I am only human, and to err is part of my nature. Ha 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 ha, laughed Lust in a deranged voice. You men are all the same. After getting what you want, you make all kinds of excuses. Tian frowned, not angered by the mocking word but bothered by her vicious laugh that destroyed Ninger demeanor and aura. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. You can think as such if it pleases you. Di Tian could tell this devil had some complicated story about love and desire. However, he did not care, his conscience was clear. Why do you have to kill me, said Lust as she regained her calmness. I can replace your Ninger. No, I can just be a stand-in, and I'd be fine with that. You can treat me as a way to soothe your loneliness. Di Tian squatted down to be at eye level with her. He caressed her face one more time. Your presence would be a constant reminder of my arrogance, pride, and my greatest failure. Di Tian's eyes became dazed as memories of that day flashed in his mind. After so many years, everything was still so vivid. More importantly, no matter what you did or how you look, I know you're not my Ninger. Lust wanted to scream, plead, or even throw a tantrum. However, she was too feeble to do anything else as most of her body was gone. I once met a primitive human tribe in a secret realm, said Di Tian with a reassuring voice. They believed that death is a transition to a higher state of perfection, a way to achieve perfection. Maybe the process won't be as fearful if you think about it that way. Maybe, thought Lust. She was about to experience true death, with her soul destroyed and incapable of entering samsara. It would take a great deal of effort and power to revive her. As she faded into nothingness, Lust thought about her life. Lust devils live a life of depravity and sin. And if they are not powerful, a fate worse than death awaits them. Unfortunately, she was weak in her early years. Things took a change for her when she met Sloth, and they desperately survived in this cruel world. Although there were many ups and downs, separations and reunions, they survived by depending on each other. Then, everything changed once the 7 Deadly Sins trial began. They competed against millions of the most talented devils with the best bloodlines. They survived and became the supreme rulers of the race, creating an era of peace and prosperity. When did everything go wrong? Thought Lust as her life flashed in her mind. She reviewed all her memories to find the answer. The trial. After having a taste of power, I could not handle it. She sighed mentally. In her last breath, she remembered Sloth's face. Her ambitions ruined the possibility of finding love like these two, to find someone who could recognize the real her because of a ridiculous reason. Maybe we devils are destined to have things like love and happiness. Lust died. She dissipated into nothingness. A suffering soul with a story, commented Di Tian with his usual cold and indifferent face. The cultivation world does not lack those. He waved his hand to create an unnamed tomb for her before walking back to the barrage. The devil race could be the answer to my problem. These 7 ultimate kings would make perfect generals. He shook his head, disappointed he could not get much information from Lust's mind. Wrath territory, she immediately sensed Lust's death and summoned a mirror to check. She sighed out loud, not angered or surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, she suspected this would be her fate. Lust, you were too influenced by the 7 deadly sins. You were too greedy for power to the point of being unsatiated, wrathful for what happened in your past, and too prideful after achieving a certain status and strength. You were doomed to fail. Wrath shook his head before focusing on the continent's map. I need someone else to take her post in the formation. Sloth territory, Wang Wei and the group sat by a bonfire, cooking their food over the flame. Could you imagine what sister-in-law would do to you if you laid a hand on her, said Li Jun. She would turn you into a eunuch, added Yan Liling. I'm sure she would understand, argued Wang Wei. After all, she looked exactly like her. She could not blame me if I could not see through it. Do you think she would believe you could not see through it? Well, I'm talking about a hypothetical situation. Even if she could understand, she would never completely forgive you, said Li Jun, looking at his wife with his side eye, ensuring he did not make eye contact. Every time you have a disagreement or argument, she would flaunt it on your face. Wang Wei gave him a pitying look but did not say anything else to not get him in trouble. The poor guy has been suffering enough based on this wisdom he just dropped. Then, he suddenly stopped cooking his food to look in the distance. It's one thing after another these past few days. Lianchang. Take the troops to go as far as possible, ordered Wang Wei with a severe tone before flying in the southwest direction before landing. He saw Yi Lianchang carrying one soldier. After noticing him, the latter stopped before throwing the soldier away. Wang Wei observed Yi Lianchang closer than before and quickly realized the eerie atmosphere around the latter was more intense than before. Furthermore, he even felt a sense of dread that danger, or to be precise, death, loomed over him. "You're here for me?" he asked. "Of course," replied Yi Lianchang, licking his lips. "Interesting, treating me as prey," commented Wang Wei. "I hope you're not all bark and no bite. You'll know." Bang! Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and punched him, exploding his body and sending dark green blood flying in all directions. Then, he instinctively flew backward to avoid the falling blood. He looked at his hand and saw a small burning mark. Corrosive blood? The dark green blood stopped dropping and moved as if they had a will of their own. They condensed into a shape, but it was not a human form. It was a giant squid 50 meters tall with more than 100 tentacles. Then, something occurred that made Wang Wei squint his eyes. Numerous eyes suddenly appeared all over the squid's body, giving it a horror-like appearance. Even the aura surrounding him became eerie or bizarre. Couldn't it be? He did not want to acknowledge what he was thinking. Eyes of terror, all Yi Lianchang's eyes shone brightly as they gazed at Wang Wei, who immediately felt a weird power invading his soul, trying to affect his state of mind or insanity, to be precise. It is. He thought before manifesting his Dharma body and borrowing the power of his incarnations, he would go all out for this battle to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. Destruction Cannon. The Dharma body opened its mouth to fire a red beam containing the Tao of destruction. The intent was to eradicate this thing on an atomic level, not leaving a single piece of his flesh and blood intact. Eye of Spacetime. A tunnel containing the power of spacetime manifested before Yi Lianchang to transfer the attack away. Unfortunately, the destructive beam could destroy spacetime, so the tunnel only lasted a few seconds before the beam hit him. Oddly though, only half of the squid's body was destroyed. Wang Wei reacted in time and appeared above the intact half. He gathered all the power of his fleshly body and punched Yi Lianchang. Duck! Nothing happened, not even shockwaves from the force of his attack. Immunity to blunt force? This guy is the enemy of pure true power Tao cultivator. If a person only cultivated their fleshly body and relied on brute force to fight, Yi Lianchang would be a nightmare for them. Immunity? Well, see about that, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Conceptual punch, duck. 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 Bang. He punched the second half millions of times in less than an instant before it exploded into dust. The 12 Zodiac technique he acquired from Gu Xian's trial had a few interesting zodiacs, and the one most interesting was the Dragon Zodiac. Wang Wei learned a technique called conceptual punch that allowed him to use his pure physical force to attack concepts. For example, he could punch death or creation with this technique. And in the case of Yi Lianchang's case, he hit the latter's immunity. And since he was more powerful than him, he could overwhelm him into bypassing such powerful immunity. According to Wang Wei, this technique has a lot of potential, especially if, one day, he could use it to destroy the eternal attribute of great emperors and even eternal emperors. It would mean he could kill these entities without the need for Tao will. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Wang Wei's actions were swift, decisive and happened in less than a nanosecond. However, he knew the battle was not concluded. He watched as Yi Lianchang's body regenerated. Even my D realm had no effect. You should understand by now, said Yi Lianchang. I'm immortal. And even though I'm not as powerful as you, I can still wear you down, no matter how long it takes, before I hunt you down. Wang Wei ignored him before attacking again. His fist moved so fast, leaving shadows and afterimages. He left an incalculable number of holes in the latter's body and soul. My conceptual punch does not work for his immortality. Nightmare World. Yi Lianchang went on the offensive by changing the surrounding into a hell's cape and manifesting countless cosmic horrors. In this place, even a 5-root Tao ancestor would have trouble keeping their insanity. However, who was Wang Wei? A man whose willpower is beyond even his comprehension. Without a change in his face, he manifested a golden light that instantly extinguished this nightmare world. Pa N. Dan, 0v1. C0M. Subsequently, the power of spacetime flashed in his eyes. Then, he saw a young member of the deep squid race who got caught by an unpredictable and turbulent current and ended up deep at the bottom of the ocean. And from there, he had an encounter that changed him for his entire life. I cannot change his past or fate to make it so that he never had this power. This was his plan to kill Yi Lianchang, but it failed. He waved his hand to cover the sky with numerous runes, which then turned into a sphere to seal the squid. Boom! 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 Yi Lianchang exploded his body over and over to generate enough power to break the seal, taking full advantage of his immunity. He, do you want to know something interesting? Laughed Yi Lianchang. I am not like these rats from the upper dimension. My immortality is absolute and will work during the final battle. He. Wang Wei created a black energy ball in his hand with the power of destruction and annihilated him once again. Then, his Dharma body floated in the air while sitting cross-legged. It mobilized the Tao of Karma as it searched for the numerous threads connected to Yi Lianchang. While the main body continued to annihilate Yi Lianchang to see if there was a limit or flaw to his ability, the Dharma body finally found the thread. Unfortunately, someone or something else also discovered him. Wang Wei found his mind in an unknown place. At first, nothing was distinguishable until he saw an enormous creature looking at him from above. It was a humanoid creature with a squid for a face, wings, and claws. He could not see everything else clearly besides the creature's face. Immediately, he knew what he faced: one of the 13 taboos, the old ones, the great dreamer, the sleeping one, Cthulhu. Fear was about to overwhelm Wang Wei when his intuition told him being afraid was the last thing he needed to do. Instead, he needed to directly face this mighty being without a hint of timidity. And that's exactly what he did. He looked directly into Cthulhu's eyes, ignoring the murmurs that could probably drive any great emperors and even empyreans to madness. As Wang Wei looked directly into the creature's eyes, he began to notice things he previously did not. For example, Cthulhu had chains on its body, preventing its mobility. And the power he sensed from these chains seemed scarier than the creature itself. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wei's vision ended and returned to reality. Without hesitation, he instinctively gathered his willpower and D realm and perfectly fused them. Then, he cut the karmic connection between Yi Lianchang and Cthulhu. What the hell is going on? CT, he did not say the name. He once asked Wu Hong if there were other civilizations like Western magic or based on other races or ethnicity in other chaos worlds. And she told him they did not exist in the chaos universe. And Earth is probably the only place in the entire universe with races or ethnicity, making it a special place that even she did not know the secret to. But Cthulhu is Western mythology and should not exist. No, that's not important, thought Wang Wei as his mind began to work rapidly now that he had managed to calm down. In Lovecraftian myths, Cthulhu and the old gods are often portrayed as creatures outside of space and time. They are so powerful that they can only interact in the world through clones or incarnations. What if the one I saw was just a clone of the real Cthulhu? By that logic, the real body would exist outside of the chaos universe. It would exist in Hongmeng. This information confirms my theory there are other chaos universes besides this one. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he felt this information might become crucial to him in the latter part of his cultivation. He exhaled a deep breath out. Why am I drawn to all these taboos? I really hate this part about being a protagonist. With how much trouble he seemed to attract, Wang Wei accepted his fate as a protagonist. What have you done? Yelled Yi Lianchang in hysteria. Spirit Genesis sect. Wang Wei gazed at him and saw a man who had just destroyed their entire world and lost his spiritual foundation. Wang Wei did not say anything but created another dark ball of destruction. What did you do? Why can't I sense my lord? Yelled Yi Lianchang. Give it back to me. Give me back my lord. He is my everything. Give him back. I can't say I feel pity for you, commented Wang Wei while shaking his head. I really want to search your soul to get more information. However, I don't want to deal with you and your lord and take unnecessary risks. So, be gone. Boom. Enchanting turned into nothingness as not even a single particle of his being remained in this mortal coil. If Wang Wei could, he would have erased the latter's existence to ensure he was genuinely gone. Wang Wei checked thoroughly with his divine sense to ensure the latter was dead and he did not make a mistake. Once he felt relieved, he continued his thought of being a protagonist. He deeply understood the concept of luck, sons of destiny, and even era destiny. But his situation is different in a subtle manner. He is drawn to too many higher-than-life events or entities. In other words, he is a danger magnet. He is only a mortal, but he is already connected to 4 taboos, something that most paragons have to actively search to get in contact with. And the 4 are the ones he knows, as he feared he might even be secretly connected to unknown ones. My destiny is obviously not ordinary, but what is it? Am I destined to control fate and become free and unfettered? Or is my destiny as simple as one day becoming a primary character of this chaos universe? Wang Wei understood destiny does not equate to guaranteed success. People have to work for their destinies and could even fail to accomplish them. Nevertheless, it did not change the fact his life would not be peaceful. He raised his hand to manifest a few karma threads connected to him, focusing on the one connected to the Tao opening sect. I've cut all connection to my family and can remove the last thread after proving the Tao. However, it does not change they are still my weakness, and the future could use them against me. Wang Wei decided to do something about this if his life was destined to be turbulent. He exhaled before sitting cross-legged on the ground to check his sea of consciousness. He wanted to check his primordial spirit for any possible problem. Upon closer inspection, everything was normal, but he was not reassured. He checked every nook and cranny, but he appeared all right. However, paranoia took over him, so he checked over and over again, mobilizing his force control skill and soul Tao. And as expected, he saw a black spot on his primordial spirit that was hidden too well. Without hesitation, he cut off that piece, not even minding the injury to his soul. He then checked again, using the previous discovery as a guide. Finally, he discovered 2 other spots of corruption and removed them. Are you all right? These were the first words and sounds he heard after opening his eyes. I am fine, he replied. Is Enchanting so powerful that he can injure you? Things were a little more complicated than that. Is that so? Li Jun did not continue to ask since Wang Wei did not want to talk about it. He understood some secrets he could not be privy to, unless he reached a certain strength level. Wang Wei stood up and tried something, the previous fusion of his D realm and his willpower. What power was that? He felt a certain sublimation, but he could not reproduce that perfect fusion again for some reason. He tried to enter that state of clarity and concentration when he fused it, but it was useless. Maybe because his life is no longer threatened, he could not accomplish the same feat. Let's put this as another form of training from now on. Let's go, he said to the rest of the group before returning to the troops. Wang Wei wanted to activate his token as soon as possible before using the same method as Enchanting to travel to other territories and survey the situation. Above the sky, only a few dozen of meters from Wang Wei's group, a shadowy figure watched them. No one detected its presence or how long it had been here. The figure gazed at Wang Wei's back. I did not expect to meet one before everything ended, thought the mysterious figure. Is this fate? No, maybe it is mocking me. The figure watched the group disappear on the horizon. Empress was breath. An aura of confusion emanated from the figure's body after thinking about Wuhong. Could I find the truth? It probably does not matter. The figure pondered whether to meet Wang Wei but decided otherwise. Let's continue the original plan. Then, it disappeared as if it had never existed. The void, outside of the myriad emperor world, dozens of people with covered faces and powerful aura of at least immortal venerable level attacked the protection array. The most powerful of these entities were on par with pseudo-eternal emperors. Nevertheless, their attempt was futile. This is pointless. We would need eternal level power to have a chance with this information. commented one of the two most powerful entities in charge of this operation. You're correct, but what can we do? We did not expect the myriad emperor world to act so decisively and band together. I respect whoever has such a forward-thinking mind and diplomatic means. Hopefully, it is a member of the older generation. Even then, if that person acts as an advisor to the reigning great emperor of this generation, the rise of the myriad emperor plane is guaranteed. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. The second-in-command only sighed and did not add to the subject. What should we do? Let's report back. Battle Spirit World. This plane is known in the Endless Void for ranking 4th on the Eternal Emperor list with 7, and 2 of them came from the same faction, the Spirit Genesis sect. This faction is also famous throughout the entire lower dimension with the title of Strongest Sect, with 11 great emperors, 2 of whom are Eternals. Like the Tao Opening sect, all their emperors are first-class to pseudo-Eternals, and they overcame the 9 Emperor curse. A magnificent palace adorned with precious spiritual materials lies at the very center of the entire battle spirit plane. Its beauty and luxury were a display of the most powerful faction of not only this world but the lower dimension. A meeting took place between the 3 people, the patriarchs of the He and Jia clan and the sectarian faction representative. I just received news the plan failed, said Patriarch He. At this point, it's becoming too costly to interfere in their heaven will battle, commented Patriarch Jia. I agree, added the disciplinary head. We do not need to fear the rise of the myriad emperor world or the Tao Opening sect, they will only be the second strongest. What if they cultivated a third eternal, argued Patriarch He. Young master, he will also become an eternal, we don't have to worry about anything. Instead, we should prepare for the 12 Emperor curse, replied Patriarch Jia. The more reason we should prevent them from succeeding. He Patriarch had the most confidence in his son. Nevertheless, he wanted to do everything in his power to ensure not his son's success but also to retain the sect's title as number 1. After all, such a title will manifest in the form of destiny and chi luck. Furthermore, his He clan has cultivated 4 great emperors and 1 eternal. Once he succeeds, they will have 5 emperors with 2 eternals, surpassing the Wang clan. As such, he must interfere in their promotion. What else do you want us to do? Send our immortal monarch. That's exactly what I want. Absolutely not. I also disagree, added the disciplinary head. Their faction only had 3 great emperors compared to the others 4. However, they also cultivated an eternal. Patriarch He groaned since he knew he could not mobilize such power on his own, so he needed to convince these 2. Have you heard of the Eternal Supreme Theory? He asked, and the 2 had read about it. Some eternal emperors are leagues above others, capable of easily defeating other eternals, referred to as Eternal Supreme. The Myriad Emperor world has 5 Eternal Supreme, Qiuan, Sword Empress, Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu. Little is known about the Human Emperor and Heaven Opening Emperor. However, there is a high chance they also were Eternal Supremes. The Tao Opening sect has 2, while we only have 1. Do you see where I'm going with this? We don't know if the next emperor of the Tao Opening sect or the plane will be 1, argued Patriarch Jia. No, but there are signs. The 2 frowned. One of the signs of an Eternal Supreme is breaking the barrier between mortal and immortal. Although it is not guaranteed, it is an excellent indication. The information they received from the recent deception trial is that many such young talents appeared in the Myriad Emperor world, with the most brilliant from the Tao Opening sect. You should have faith in your son. The Spirit Genesis sect had the most trust in their young master to become an Eternal Supreme. I do. But I also want to be cautious and pave the way for him. Fine, I agree. It's better worth it. I give you my sincere thanks, fellow Taoist, bowed Patriarch He. Energy dominance. What should we do? At this rate, the resources we have to use to maintain the array is becoming too much, said the Origin Rune Palace's insurgent representative. What other choice do we have? If we stop now, then only death and destruction await us, replied Headmaster Song Li, stating the Academy's stance on the issue. This level of attack could only be the result of an immortal sovereign. Are they willing to go this far to stop us? Asked Jian Yi of the sword-casting villa. Apparently, so. The issue is whether we should counterattack, asked someone from the Tao-worshipping academy. Before an immortal sovereign, that would be suicide, commented the Tai Profound Gate. The best course of action is to have people controlling the array to increase its defensive power. As long as we last a few 100,000 years until the heaven will battle, everything should be fine. Indeed, this is the best option in the current situation. Luckily, we activated the protective array in time. Otherwise, the result might have been catastrophic. Everyone gave Origin 1 a glance, thankful someone in this generation was wise enough to predict this possible future and prepared beforehand. Simultaneously, these people were envious that it was not their heaven chosen who had this level of foresight. They even wished it was someone from the older generation who had this idea instead of Wang Wei. I'm curious who is responsible for this attack. Probably a collection of worlds. However, there is definitely someone who leads the fray. That's not important for now, and we can search for the culprit later on. True. Origin, you've been very quiet. Is something in your mind? Something on my mind, reassured Origin 1. But you don't have to worry about the situation, we will take care of it. And exactly will you accomplish this? Emperor lineages with 6 or above emperors suddenly shift their focus on the Tao opening sect. They sensed that something that would further affect the world's power balance was about to happen. It's best to show you. Origin 1 changed the array to display the image outside of the plane in the void. Initially, he pondered whether to use this opportunity to get some benefit from these people. However, considering the need to keep the peace and stability, he chose otherwise. The purpose of this meeting is a demonstration of the Tao opening sect's strength and further reinforce the status quo. In the image displaying array, everybody saw a man dressed in black bombarding the protection array with potent attacks. Oddly, no one could see what the person looked like. Suddenly, the man stopped attacking as a glorious and brilliant sword light came out of nowhere and enveloped him. He reacted swiftly, and with one step, he evaded the attack. A woman with a silver mask appeared before him, holding 2 swords. Impossible, said the black-robed man. Surprise, little rat, said Sword 1. You did not have this power a while ago. So how come? Unless, Elder, he seemed to have thought something. I guess I should have expected this from the Tao opening sect. You know a lot about us? Yet, you are a mystery. If you dare commit the crime, have the balls to admit it, sneered Sword 1. Junior, there is such thing as manners and custom. Shouldn't your demeanor reflect your position? Don't you see the irony in lecturing me about respect and manner when you're too ashamed to even show your identity? It's not the same, replied Elder He. Sword 1 suddenly moved and appeared before her opponent, slashing downward with her right sword. It was a simple move but contained the profound mystery of the sword that would grant any talented swordsman a chance at enlightenment. The sword cut through Elder He's body but did not cut him. Instead, he turned into a gas cloud before rematerializing 100 meters. Heavenly dark flame, 10 dark flame balls appeared before them, each the size of a star. Furthermore, each of these flames could annihilate an eternal emperor if they were not careful. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Swish. 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 Sword 1 cut them with her 2 swords, but these flame balls transformed into humongous dragons to continue attacking her. She swung her sword to generate a tornado of sword energy, disintegrating the flame into tiny particles. And with incredible speed, she followed with another attack, not giving her opponent. Sword 1 turned into a silver streak, traveling at a speed too many times faster than infinite. She appeared in front of Elder He as if she had teleported before slashing down. Elder He calmly summoned a shield, and the sword cut through it as if it was tofu. However, when the shield broke, it released a repulsive force that sent Sword 1 flying away, albeit uninjured. You indeed have the power of an eternal, commented Elder He. However, you are not as difficult an opponent as any of them. He had experience fighting other eternal emperors and even killed one. Of course, he had to use the help of Tao will artifacts to accomplish such a feat as such, He knew how disgusting it was fighting eternal emperors. Their Tao will boosted their power and prevented healing. They had terrible regenerative capabilities, making them an even more nuisance. However, Sword 1 did not have these abilities, only the strength. So what? I'm still enough to stop you. Elder He shook his head with great disappointment. His emotions were not directed toward Sword 1 but himself. His power was severely limited in the lower dimension. Once he summoned strength above a certain threshold, he would find himself in a quagmire-like feeling where it was extremely challenging to mobilize his immortal chi. If he ignored that feeling and continued to mobilize his strength, he would receive a terrible warning in his mind, and he knew the consequences of disobeying that warning. Only if I could use energy dominance, thought Elder He. In the upper dimension, immortal sovereigns can use a method called energy dominance, where they release all the chi inside their bodies to the surroundings to essentially form a domain. Inside the domain, their control of energy is elevated to a higher level, allowing them to better utilize the energy inside their bodies and the one between heaven and earth. This method is a way to elevate their power, but it has the side effect of suppressing lower-tier individuals. The domain has little to no effect on Tao rulers and Empyreans, but it is a significant suppression for a great emperor or eternal. With this method, immortal sovereign can kill most eternal emperors and even eternal supreme with relative ease. Unfortunately, they cannot do so in the lower dimension. Enough playing around, said Elder He. I'll show you my power. World displacement. Sword 1's face under the mask suddenly changed as hundreds of thousands of space channels appeared around her, with each one having a world coming from them. She did not care about these worlds but their identity. They were the great thousand worlds of this community. You want to destroy our world community? Me? I am not doing anything but simply moving these planes. You cannot blame this karma on me. Elder He's action is only to move these worlds into her direction, essentially using this technicality and a karma protection artifact to bypass the rules and regulations. You want to be serious? I'll be serious, she exclaimed with gritted teeth. The aura of Sword Tao flashed around her body as she gently moved her wrist to swing the sword. Her actions were gentle and barely perceivable. Then, Elder He sensed something directly inside his body, to be precise, his immortal mansion. A powerful sword will suddenly manifested inside his dantian, trying to annihilate his immortal mansion and destroy his cultivation. He did not sense any warning or anomaly. The attack bypassed his passive defense. Since when did her Tao become so complex and subtle? Elder He knew of Sword 1's target Tao. It's a sword Tao that involves the concept of hitting the target with the sword. Before a sword can use sword slashes, they have to clash head-on with its opponents to cut or stab them. However, their attack is not guaranteed to reach the enemy, so Sword 1 practices target Tao, which guarantees she would hit the opponent. She later developed her sword Tao to ignore distance and defense, targeting whatever she desires, including concepts. Elder He mobilized a significant quantity of his immortal chi to defend against such a direct attack. Meanwhile, Sword 1 took the opportunity to control the protective array to boost her strength. She acted swiftly while her opponent was distracted. She sent all the 100,000's great thousand world back to their coordinate, perfectly intact, without any loss or anyone dying. Then, she targeted Elder He's head to cut it off. What a shame, she muttered as she saw she only left a scar of blood on his cheek, which healed after a few seconds. Pand N0V1. Calm, it seems I underestimate you, commented Elder He. Consider this your victory. Sword 1 watched him disappear with squinted eyes. Then, she waved her hand to collect something and returned home. Emperor Jia. Congratulations to the Tao opening sect. Our world has a protector. Congratulations to Origin fellow Taoist. We could not survive this situation without you. Congratulations. Now that the world is safe, I can rest easy. Now, I'll be leaving. I feel the same. The sect has many things I need to take care of. I hope much prosperity to the Tao opening sect. Now, I have to go supervise my son's cultivation. One by one, the factions gave their congratulatory words before quickly leaving with one excuse after the other. Origin 1 did not say much besides nodding his head. He knew most of these people would plan on how to deal with this recent power shift, and many would even form secret alliances. However, his act of revealing Sword 1's power was calculated, and he expected this outcome. Let's go talk to Sword 1. Emperor Enlightening Academy, Headmaster Song Li ended the conversation, a deep frown on his face. What should we do now? Asked the teachers and insurgent. In this generation, they technically did not have a heaven chosen. The situation was not looking too good for them, and their future was bleak. The best option is to use the praying altar. Only the founder can save us, or at least give us a survival chance, said Song Li after pondering for a while. Immediately, the academy headed to a secret realm with an altar of Emperor Kong and prayed to it. You did a great job, commented Desolate One. However, Sword 1 shook her head. Even with the array, I can barely equal that man. He's not any ordinary immortal sovereign. He is not only powerful but also experienced. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. You've only got to that level and are still adapting. He's right. All that matters is you have the strength to protect the sect, said Origin 1, who had just arrived. I'm not. Anyways, I still have some room for growth. As long as you have the right mindset. Now that we have the strength, should we use a more aggressive approach when doing things? No, our current model is fine. We must keep things calm until the kid proves the Tao, disagreed Origin 1. Origin is correct, added Sword 1. Plus, we have to be more careful. After I reach this realm, I sense there might be some hidden immortal sovereign left in our plane. What? Seriously? We did suspect this possibility. However, all information proved otherwise. My question is, why have they not shown up? The ones I sensed seem feeble, so I guess they are secretly healing, replied Sword 1. I'm also guessing some are hiding, sealed, or waiting for something. Everyone became quiet, pondering the ramification of this news. We always knew the Myriad Emperor world was the most complicated, said Judgment 1. Since Eternals are hiding, why not Immortal Sovereign? Forget about this for now, said Miscellaneous 1. The pending issue is those people who attacked us. We can theorize they were responsible for what happened to the heaven-devouring Emperor. But who are they exactly? Sword 1 took out one of her swords. Glad you brought this up. I got some blood from him, hoping to find them through it. She handed it to Miscellaneous 1, who observed it. I should find something. He connected to the sex formation for his calculation, and as expected, there was an ungodly amount of resistance to calculating an immortal sovereign. Maybe the previous me could not do anything, but I've learned a great deal from the Emperor, thought Miscellaneous 1 before changing tactics and using the things he recently learned. Not enough power. Use the sex luck, said Origin 1. It'll let you use the protective array. Under normal circumstances, the array could only be used once there was imminent danger and the Council of Emperor Lineages agreed. After all, any active use burns far greater resources. However, no one can say anything to Sword 1, especially since she is not doing it to hurt other factions. The Tao opening sect just needed to give the excuse that she was fighting a foreign enemy and needed its strength. With this boost, Miscellaneous calculated something, a string of runes. And after translating them, they were coordinates. Is that the coordination to the Battle Spirit World community? Unless something changed since the Devil era, it should be. So, they are the plane scheming against us. So, who is the faction that sent that immortal sovereign? They must be from a very powerful and lucky faction to have a surviving sovereign. Everyone looked at Shadow 1 for an answer since he was in charge of information gathering from the Endless Void. Don't ask me. I've only gathered basic information. Besides knowing the Battle Spirit World is fourth on the Eternal list and has a growing presence in the Commerce Hub, I know very little. With the closure of the Myriad Emperor world, Shadow 1 could not continue to gather more information and had left someone else protecting the Fate's Shadow Guard as they worked on their own, semi-cut off from home. We really should not have taken such a secular approach after the Devil era, commented Rainbow 1, and everyone agreed with that statement. Isolating the world and the sect from the rest of the Endless Void did give them time to recuperate, but they should never have waited for so long to open their barrier. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. No point in complaining now. I'll contact the kids' Fate's Shadow Guard to see if they know something, said Sword 1, who did not want anyone else to go as she feared these foreign planes would besiege them. No need to go to the Commerce Hub to contact them. The kid left a way to contact them through a secret base in a great thousand world. Go there and ask for the information, explained Origin 1, who understood her thought. Sword 1 agreed and teleported to the designated world after leaving the protective array. A few hours later, she returned. I think I know who's responsible, she immediately stated after returning home. The Spirit Genesis sect, known as the strongest sect. Better than us? Sword 1 shared the information gathered, which was basically one page with little information, and everyone reviewed it rather swiftly. This sect is weird, commented Turtle 1. They act arrogant and overbearing in the battle spirit world. However, in the endless void, they are extremely low-key despite their influence. The basic information gathered on them highlighted this aspect. It painted the Spirit Genesis sect as a faction that does things in the shadow when interacting with other world communities. Wait, something is wrong, said Shadow 1 with a frown. The number of Eternal, why is it 2? What do you mean? After the sect master met with the heir of the Starlord Mountain, Muley, he learned there were only 2 factions with 2 Eternals. So, he asked me to investigate. And the result of that investigation was a sect known as Purple Heaven Temple. But they mysteriously disappeared, creating the rumor someone destroyed them. And they only had 7 emperors. Everyone frowned. Did they change their name? Doing such a thing would cripple a faction's chi luck and lead to their destruction. So, why would they do that? Maybe, a way to bypass the 9 Emperor curse? The Chaos Ruler sect tried that and looked at what happened to them. On the unlikely chance the Spirit Genesis sect used this method and succeeded. Then, the fact they can become the strongest sect and overcome their chi luck would make them very scary. My intuition tells me something else is going on, added Sword 1. But how do we find the truth? Such information is not easy to investigate, given the current state of their information network and the lack of direction. We just have to ask someone who knows and might be willing to tell us. You're talking about our business partner? Yes. Will they demand someone in exchange? After all, we are only business partners, not allies. Maybe before, but after Sword 1's power display, they should be more than willing. That person was correct. After Sword 1 contacted Star Lord Mountain, an insurgent that looked like an older man responded and introduced himself as Star Monarch. Sir Star Monarch, I will be direct. I've to ask about the Spirit Genesis sect, said Sword 1. She was truthful and told him about the attack and their theory about the Purple Heaven Temple. Of course, one of the reasons she told the truth about the attack was to determine whether the Star Beast world might be connected in some way. Regrettably, Star Monarch never showed any other emotion or change in expression besides his serene and peaceful atmosphere. That's an interesting guess, he said slowly. But the truth is more daunting. The second Eternal of the Spirit Genesis sect created a paradox. There are only 2 sects with 2 Eternals, you guys and the Purple Heaven Temple, but there are 3. I'm not following, said Sword 1. Think of it this way, Heavenly Tao has a record of events that occurs in the lower dimension. These events are part of the Tao of Heaven, known truths of heaven and earth. And Heavenly Tao's record states that only 2 sects have 2 eternal emperors. But the real truth is there is a third. How is that possible? That would mean he tempered with the entire lower dimension's Heaven Tao. Exactly. Such a brilliant accomplishment, muttered Sword 1, thinking how difficult it would be to pull something like this. What is that Eternal's name? He is known simply as Emperor Jia. How come his name is not more renowned? He seems to be a very secretive person. He influenced the Spirit Genesis sect's low-key and behind-the-scenes development custom. Sword 1 took a moment to process. What was his objective in doing so? That is a mystery. We guess it might be a form of protection for his sect. But there is bound to be some greater mystery behind it. Sword 1 agreed with that statement. She thanked Star Monarch for his hospitality before ending the conversation. PA, and NOV1, and Emperor Jia's name is from the sectarian faction, and the character Jia for his name has a different meaning than the one for the Jia family. Chaos Ruler sect is mentioned in CH 232. For symbol mirror. Elder he appeared in the battle spirit world, and just as he quietly left, no one knew or detected his return. Without pause, he went to see the three Elder Council. Ancestor, how did it go? Hurriedly asked Patriarch he. The mission failed, Elder he replied calmly. Even you could not break through their protective array? I didn't get a chance. It appeared the upper dimension intervened and helped the Tao opening sect acquires eternal strength as protection. What? Patriarch he did not expect this outcome. Meanwhile, Patriarch Jia sighed softly. Isn't this the reason we never directly destroy them during their weakened state? Fear of their ancestors in the upper dimension. Maybe we should have been bolder and more direct when the lower dimension was sealed, added the disciplinary elder. He listened to these people's conversation and could not help secretly shake his head. This generation's leader is a little mediocre. He agreed the sect needed to interfere with the Myriad Emperor world and the Tao opening sect, but he would never agree with a direct Emperor Tao war. The Spirit Genesis sect would definitely win the war, but the injury they would suffer in the process would be severe. And if the Tao opening sect decides to destroy all their resources before they are eradicated, then the victory would not even be worth it. What should we do now? Ask Ancestor Jia, asked Patriarch he. Leave him to heal his injuries, disagreed Elder he. Then, we can ask other factions to send immortal sovereigns. We may have to pay a steep price, but now, the Tao opening sect is a genuine threat, so let's not hesitate, stated Patriarch Jia. I agree. We can't, said Elder he. Why? Our actions are already a direct interference of the heavenly battle, and if not for its protection, even the lower dimension ceiling would protect us from true heavenly Tao. Any more direct attack will have severe consequences. That's true. The other factions do not have protections and won't be willing to take the risk, no matter the price we offer. Is there anything we can do? I don't want to leave things like this, stated Patriarch he, looking at his ancestor for guidance. Our only option is to use the four-symbol mirror. The three squinted their eyes after hearing this. Isn't this going too far? It is, so you need to determine whether it is worth it, replied Elder he. The four-symbol mirror is one of the greatest foundations of the Spirit Genesis sect, and it is a broken Empyrean artifact. Anything related to Empyreans will not be left in the lower dimension as true heavenly Tao would remove them, even a broken weapon. However, Emperor Jia found one and created a way to leave it in the lower dimension for the sect. Although it is only a broken one, the power of the mirror is something even Elder he has awe and fear for. The price for using it alone might not be worth it, said Patriarch he, who suddenly appeared reasonable. Indeed, Pa, Endi, a no ve1 it seems these people are not as bad as I thought Elder he. No matter the sect, there will be generations where their leaders are not on par. As long as they are not stupid to the point of ruining the sect's foundation, the old ancestors will not interfere and will wait for the next generation. You have to be smart about how to use it. Ancestor, what do you mean? Direct use of the mirror is also a form of intervention, and I just warned you of this. So, you need to use it in a way that is not interfering. The three frowned, confused by the ancestor's meaning. Ancestor, please guide us. Elder he did not immediately give them the answer but patiently said, what is the last information you received from the Myriad Emperor world? The cleanup was happening soon after more people reached the Supreme Realm, commented Disciplinary Head. Now, use this information in combination with the mirror. The group frowned while pondering. A few minutes later, Patriarchy's eyes lit up. The Heaven Chosens should now be in the Devil world for the cleanup. We can use the mirror there. Exactly. Empress was seal is nothing compared to the protective array. And luckily, it has been weakened by someone or something. Elder he went to check after his battle with Sword One. Remember, this is an issue of the younger generation and has nothing to do with us, old geezers. I understand, bowed Patriarchy before the others followed him. Elder, he nodded before disappearing. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. These people are too stupid. Let me check on this Helaniing. I heard he's extremely talented and uninterested in political power, but hopefully, he did not inherit his father's stupidity. The elder went to check on the sect's future emperor and chatted with him. When he returned to his seclusion, he was satisfied. The apple felt far from the tree. After this event, he would not see the light of day until after the heaven will battle. True heavenly Tao does not like the presence of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension and often plots their forced ascension or, even worse, their death. It's only because of the sect's protection, his luck, and cunningness he survived so long without any injuries or being sealed. Myriad Emperor World, Tao opening sect. I didn't like there was a sect more powerful than us, but now, I don't like them even more, knowing how threatening they are, said Turtle One. We only recently found out we were ranked second, so why are you mad, rebutted Desolate. Be that as it may, we must prepare in case we are forced to fight them. Turtle One said, this statement is more than truth, especially considering the possibility they have more than one immortal sovereign. Everyone finally realized this possibility. Did the Empress leave something that we could use? Asked the steward, which is the name of the voice that used to communicate with Wang Wucheng. Over the years, all the insurgents, especially the top ones, have been in retreat and do not interfere in the sect's affairs unless summoned or required. Meanwhile, the steward was in charge of keeping the sect working correctly and ensuring the descendants do not ruin everything with their incompetence. He's the one who stepped up and dealt with the situation when the shadow ruler proved to be more worthy of the sect master position in that generation. He's also the one who set up the rule that shadows can challenge their lords for the sect master position. She only left a Dao Will artifact and a protective talisman, replied Sword One. She said she could not leave a talisman with her power since some people might use it to track her. It's a shame we cannot help the founders, but we have our own situation to deal with, said Origin One. I would really feel more secure if we had another eternal strength in our midst, but there is nothing we can do. He sighed out loud. So, there is nothing we can do, asked Turtle One. Except leave it for the sect master to deal with in the future. I don't like the idea of leaving everything to the kid, commented Sword One. We should be the ones protecting him until he grows, not keep piling burden onto him. As much as I agree with you, there is nothing we can do, sighed Origin One, who felt old and a little dejected. There might be a way. Everyone looked at Desolate One with hope in their eyes. The Desolate Emperor suggested I underwent foundation re-establishment and cultivating the sect Mater's black hole acupoints and his 8 heterogeneity foundation. No one was happy with his statement but frowned instead. The foundation of a cultivator before becoming immortal in any of the 3 paths will affect their strength, and it is the same for insurgents. With the importance of foundation, some immortals can reforge their foundation by sealing their strength and return to immortal. Then, they recultivated the mortal realm before absorbing their immortal essence or powers. However, things are not so simple. Sealing their immortal power is exceptionally complicated and delicate and could easily lead to losing it or even dying. On top of everything, they have to experience a horrifying heavenly tribulation and Tao heart tribulation. Unfortunately, things are not finished after surviving all these things. Cultivators will undergo a period of weakness and experience immense pain after sealing their power. It is the price of once again becoming immortal after ascending to immortality, the price of reducing their status as higher dimensional creatures. And in that period, they will not have their infinite lifespan, and they can be killed. If someone attacks them, they cannot remove the seal and their powers to fight back. Many people, the majority of people, will not reforge their foundation because of the tribulation. Others refuse to partake because they fear something might happen to them during that period of weakness. Of course, these people with such fear or fear of aging would die during the Tao heart trial. All these steps are for Tao ancestors and immortal venerables who wish to reforge their foundations. Emperors who also want to do this have to undergo another terrifying tribulation once they have to reabsorb their power. Furthermore, their process also involves merit and other complicated things. Most do not bother with this method because foundation re-establishment will not allow a second class to become first class or a pseudo-emperor to become eternal. It will only let them have the battle strength but not the means. Are you sure about this? Asked Origin 1. If you fail, you will die. I know, and am prepared. Origin 1 nodded. If someone has a chance to succeed, it would be you. Ask if you need anything. And I will be your protector during your time of weakness, added Sword 1. I will be in your care. I feel like I can breathe now, said Turtle 1 with a smile. By the way, do we need to tell the sect master about the Spirit Genesis sect? The Heaven will battle is coming, so it might be best to wait afterward not to distract him. No, he needs to know in advance since they will probably be one of the greatest obstacles to his plans, said Miscellaneous 1. It's best for him to know and prepare, added Origin 1. But we can wait until the cleanup finishes. Soul Path. Phew. Wang Wei exhaled as he opened his eyes. He finished today's meditation. He had alleviated his injury, reassuring him since he feared it would take too long to heal. In the past few days, while recovering, he searched multiple times to check if he had missed something. Luckily, he did not. He walked out of his tent, where he noticed the troops and his group having dinner over a fire. He took the plate Li Jun handed him as he sat down next to him. Is your soul all right? It should be fine in a few days. I would offer you some soul-repairing pills, but I know these things are ineffective for you, commented Yen Liling. It's fine. I forgot to ask, did you ever try refining the immortal pill? Wang Wei once gave her the special array he received from the miscellaneous emperor that could create a unique immortal chi only for pill refining. I have not succeeded yet because of the divine runes. However, it's a great challenge, and I look forward to succeeding. The immortal pill does require not only the absorption of immortal chi but also a plethora of divine runes that would make quasi-emperor tier pill look like child play. Why don't you refine it yourself? It might help with your injury. Immortal pills take years at the minimum to refine, so it will take too much time, replied Wang Wei. Plus, it will be more meaningful if you are the first mortal to refine an immortal pill. Maybe. However, Heavenly Tao might not acknowledge this accomplishment because of the immortal chi array. The array is the key to creating the pill, and there is only one that the miscellaneous emperor granted to Wang Wei. Unless we can recreate the array, added Wang Wei. This may not be enough. Yen Liling shook his head. She was confident the Tao and immortal array masters of the sect would decipher the formation and recreate it. However, Heavenly Tao might wish for her also to be able to establish the array to acknowledge her feat of refining the immortal pill. Well, do your best to succeed since the reward should be quite the amount of merit. I will. Yen Liling has been saving her merit to cultivate faster in the Emperor realm. Try to do it before the Heaven will battle, added Wang Wei. Are you truly going to make this technique public? Yes. However, the people who used it will give a share of the immortal pill they sell to the sect, explained Wang Wei. It's not that big deal considering that less than 10 people have the talent to learn this method. In the myriad emperor world, maybe. But considering the entire endless void, that's a much larger number, countered Yen Liling, and they all have to pay us patent fees, continued Wang Wei. My guess is some factions in the myriad pill world have a similar method of refining immortal pill, even if it's not as perfect as ours. If they were as open-minded as us, how much more wealth could they have gathered over the generations? They could put in clauses in a contract that anyone who made innovations to this technique has to share it with them. If you put it that way, it does make sense. Of course, Yen Liling understood such a method would not work for some weak factions who could not protect their intellectual properties from others. Nevertheless, this method was a great business model for the faction with sufficient power. Could you use Liang Shixin's soul path method to heal your injury? Suddenly said Li Jun. No, because it would require too much. Wang Wei spoke incoherently as his mind seemed elsewhere. After close to a minute of silence, how can I be so slow? He clicked his tongue. Did you think of something? Asked Li Jun. Why is there no soul path? What do you mean? Body, chi, soul, and Tao. From the information we know, I can theorize cultivators can achieve immortality after opening the gate of power. The immortal path is the path of chi, and Tao ancestor is the path of Tao, so logically, there should be a soul path. Emperor has a Dao body, Emperor's soul, and high immunity to Qi, commented Li Jun, a combination of the three paths. So, there should have been a soul path already existing. Exactly. Do you suppose there used to be a soul path, but something happened to it? Maybe, someone destroyed it or something, added Yan Liling. That's one of the greatest possibilities, agreed Wang Wei. The other is true heavenly Tao removed that path for some reason. But I prefer the first one. That's worth thinking about. If someone removed the soul path, then that person must have erased it from history since no knowledge remains about it, added Li Jun. The alternative is this event occurred in the distant past of the eternal ascension world, in a time where maybe the lower dimension did not even exist yet. True. The same goes for the true power Tao realm. I always suspect there should have been 3 gates instead of 2, and someone was responsible for the missing gate. However, Wu Hong told me she did not know anything. And for as long as she knows, it has always been 2. If someone was responsible for its disappearance, doesn't that mean trouble will come your way once you try to re-establish the soul path, stated Tai Gang, which made Wang Wei's mouth twitch. Probably. You're really a trouble magnet. It may not be as you said. There is the possibility true heavenly Tao granted Liang Shixian the destiny to revive the soul path, and am just helping. After all, his unrelenting hatred for the Emperor path is suspicious. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Let's hope you're correct. Wang Wei glared at him since he felt this guy was calling him unlucky before looking at his palm. Is something wrong? Asked Li Jun. My palm is itchy. What? Can your palm be itchy? It's a sign I'm about to acquire tremendous wealth. Fortunate encounter? In this place? Apparently. Wang Wei was not surprised by this prediction. As a son of an era, he should be having fortunate encounters left and right. However, he controlled his Qi luck since he knew the downside of immense luck. Nevertheless, after surviving any catastrophe, his luck will peak, granting him powerful fortunate encounters. P&D and OV1. After surviving his meeting with the Great Cthulhu, his luck should be activating. He closed his eyes, thinking about what he needed to improve his strength. I need a better proving Tao artifact. His wife used countless chaos artifacts to refine her proving Tao artifact, so he should not lose to her. After making a plan, he activated his luck Tao and used a technique on his Qi luck. Done. He knew for sure this upcoming fortunate encounter would involve his proving Tao artifact. Tomorrow early morning, the troop continued their march. They destroyed city after city. Wang Wei's token was finally activated, and he learned that Heavenly Tao only allowed 100 million troops per token. But their current token could only bring in the 20 million soldiers they brought with them. So, the group continues killing to reach the 100 million quota. Soon, they found the sloth base located in the far north. Envy territory. A.O. Shen looked at the woman before him with a frown. The woman looked like a typical human beauty except for her pupils, they were mirrors. She was dressed in a man's tight leather clothes, but the clothes could not hide her feminine charm. The mirror-eye devil tribe, thought A.O. Shen, immediately becoming on guard. Who are you? You can call me Envy. Are you the ruler of this territory? You can say so. Interesting. You should be worth many points, said A.O. Shen with twinkling eyes. Now, there is no need to fight, Envy said. You and I are similar in many ways. Similar? I would love to hear this, replied with a sneer. We are. Humans treat us worse than dogs. They hunt our kind for sports and resources. We have not become extinct because of their grace. So, we do have much in common. Except your kind also treated my demon kind the same way during your reign. That is only in the past. We have paid for the sins of our ancestors. Then, what about the fact our demon race is not the enemy of the entire lower dimension? Why are you trying to be difficult, said Envy with annoyance. Am not, but just stating the truth. Are you saying you don't see the advantage of an alliance between our kind? The devil race will never stop paying for their ancestors' crime. I don't know what you're planning, but you should understand Empress was seal protects your race. If you ever escape, there are too many other planes who would go to extreme lengths to hunt you down and exterminate your species. Envy quieted down for a moment. I really wished you would understand. I do. I understand the demon race's current situation is way better than allying with you. At least we can still live under the sun. Since you're not an ally, you're an enemy. I would not have it any other way. Dragon of Darkness. Ocean watched as an illusory figure of a phoenix manifested above Envy's head before disappearing. He did not hesitate to rush toward her, leaving shadows in his traveling path. A beautiful and potent flame shield emanated from the spot he attacked her, trying to burn his hand into smithereens. Unfortunately, he had a naturally powerful body as a dragon. Ocean tried to break the shield with pure physical force, but Envy infinitely increased the temperature, countering his power. Then, a black energy cloud came from the dragon's body and instantly corroded the flame, turning them black. Ocean gained control of this intense flame and turned them into its owner, forcing Envy on the defensive. She knew she would be injured by such flame even with the power of the immortal phoenix, so she decided against direct confrontation. The phantom of a unique demon race called Tortoise Beetle manifested above her, and she condensed this beautiful golden shield to protect her. Regrettably, beauty does not equate to strength. The shield only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough time for her to distance herself from the aggressive dragon. At least, that was the plan. Ocean suddenly appeared above her, opened his mouth to become larger than humanly possible, and spewed a devastating breath of darkness. Envy acted swiftly as she mirrored the ability of the Kunpeng, the creature often recognized as the fastest between heaven and earth. She ran in a circular pattern to avoid the breath, ensuring not to come close in contact with it as she saw the devastation it left behind wherever it touched. Tao of Darkness with a focus on corrosion and decay, analyzed Envy since this was part of the reasons she came here. If the alliance did not work out, she needed to gather as much information as possible. Meanwhile, Ocean cared little for analysis, which can be seen as a flaw. His time in the martial hegemony world taught him not to give his opponent the time to breathe and to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible since anything could happen in battle. And that is what he's doing. Rain of corrosion, the bright sky and the surroundings suddenly turned dark as the clouds became the embodiment of darkness. Then, rains dropped from the sky, but they were not normal ones. They were black and traveled countless times faster than light. He's an innate life form, as expected, thought Envy as she sensed his innate law. However, her ugly facial expression indicated it was not the time to think about these things. Her mind worked rapidly to think of a solution, and she chose the black tortoise as her next mirror. A black and white shield manifested above her head. At first, the drop of black rain would corrode the barrier, but Envy reversed yang and yin, making the black rain turn into their opposite, light. Panda, NOV-E1 regrettably, her advantage did not last long. Ocean opened his mouth a second time to fire a breath of darkness, forcing Envy to defend herself against his two-front attack. Phew! Envy's eyes grew with surprise. She looked down at her stomach to see a black spear piercing her stomach. If her body did not instinctively move, it would have been her heart. She moved her head behind to see its origin, as shadow. Why are you surprised? Shadows are one of the many ways darkness is manifested, replied Ocean with a sneer before rushing toward her. Envy had a very limited to come up with countermeasures. Luckily, she survived the trial and had a plethora of battle experiences. Boom! Envy exploded herself, generating a flame bomb that sent Ocean back and even charred the skin on his arm. Then, from the center of the explosion, a new Envy rose from the ashes like a phoenix. Sadly, she was not perfectly intact, as her complexion was pale. Damn D realm, she complained as she gazed at him, her eyes flashing with a cold light. As Ocean spread his cultivation to the demon race, the stages of his D realm drastically increased. Now, he is only waiting to reach the quasi-emperor realm to fuse with his clones that received the benefit of the orthodox D realm with his main body, which has the unorthodox D realm. Let's see how you enjoy having your power used against you. A new phantom appeared behind Envy, and it was the spitting image of Ocean. Then, the power of darkness flashed around her. A mirrored devil subspecies who can reflect or mirror things, and the Tao of envy, which involves self-loathing and being jealous to the point of wanting to become others, commented Ao Shen. It's the perfect combination to copy other people's powers. But can you really copy everybody? No, but the only thing special about you is your innate law and the privileges Heavenly Tao granted them, and I don't need to copy those. Ao Shen squinted his eyes. I need to be more careful. He realized the opponent's strength was relative to him, so he could not eliminate her as swiftly as he wished. So, his cautious nature has awakened. Ao Shen's arm turned into a black shadow as he punched forward. Corrosion punch. Envy followed him and used the same technique, canceling out his attack. Ao Shen went for a fist-to-fist battle since he is more comfortable with this fighting mode as a martial artist. Bang! Their fists clashed, generating enormous shockwaves that destroyed the surrounding grounds and dispersed the clouds. If not for the limits of the game, the space would not remain intact, and the devastation of these attacks would have been farther and wider. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. She's inherited my physical strength? Ao Shen became frustrated for a moment before quickly reining himself and analyzing the situation. She should not have inherited by experience. Ao Shen rushed and clashed with her, but this time, things were different. After their first touch, a fog of darkness suddenly came from Envy's hand and enveloped her right hand before she could even understand what had happened. Luckily, she reacted quickly and cut off the corroded arm in time. Eroding barrier. Envy surrounded herself with a bronze-colored barrier with the power of decay. Anything or anyone touching it would suffer from its power. She took this moment of stability to analyze what occurred, ignoring Ao Shen, who was bashing the barrier. He can control darkness that exists in any place. In that last attack, he controlled the darkness created by my clenched fist. Truly ingenious, she thought with gritted teeth. With the D realm, it will take much effort to regrow that arm. My mission is finished, but am not satisfied. I will not leave until I make him suffer. Envy did not hesitate as she mirrored someone else, Wrath. As the phantom manifested, her face became paler, and blood trickled down from her eyes, nose, and ears. She gritted her teeth to bear the pain but did not make a sound. She held a summoned sword with her left hand, taking a striking motion. Immediately, death alerts flashed in Ao Shen's mind as his skin tingled. Swish! He was horrified as he watched that slash with the power to eradicate heaven. He knew he would not survive this attack if he did not do something. So, scales covered his entire body like armor, providing them with defensive capabilities, unlike anything he previously displayed. Boom! The slash pushed Ao Shen hundreds of meters away before he crashed to the ground. He coughed a big mouthful of blood as he looked at his terrible state. He was almost cleaved into two. The dragon quickly raised his head to check on his opponent, but there was no one. Envy's base. She appeared in the castle and did not hesitate to rush to a room with a green pool. As Envy lay inside, a powerful vitality entered her body to heal all her injuries. After taking a moment to stabilize herself, she contacted Wrath through the mirror. How did it go? Not well. The demon race refused to ally with us. Although I expected this outcome, I'm still disappointed, replied Wrath with a sigh. Should we try to convince the other demon race? Demon tribe is very united under his banner. I doubt they would go against him, especially to ally with the devil race. Yes, with their alliance with the Tao opening sect, their lives have improved tremendously. They don't actually need us, agreed Envy. Did you get information about him? Innate life form, as we theorized, Tao of darkness, 3-leaf strength, very aggressive fighting style, also cautious when needed. However, he was not using all his strength. During the entire battle, Ao Shen never used his full transformation, and Envy noticed. 3-leaf? The Myriad Emperor world is truly a cesspool of talented individuals. Do you know what species he is? Either a serpent or dragon. Envy saw the scale during the last attack, but she did not know for sure if they were from an innate dragon or some innate snake species. Snake or dragon, both powerful, muttered Wrath. Although snakes are often considered the degraded bloodline of dragons, this was not absolute. There are some innate snake life forms as scary, if not more, as dragons. I sensed you used my power. What was the result? He survived with heavy injuries. He survived a 4-leaf attack. He might be hiding a lot of strength. Probably. Alright, I'll notify the others. Be on standby to execute the plan at a moment's notice. Hidden rules. Wang Wei and the group looked at the towering mountain with a castle at the top. It was a world of white due to the snow, and they observed only one road from the bottom to the top. This thing is a nightmare to conquer, said Tai Gang. There is only one path, and our troops would be decimated before reaching the top. Even with the Undying Legion, we would suffer terrible losses before we reach the castle. It's a double-layer formation, added Yan Liling. The outer formation covers the mountain, while the inner layer protects the castle. Both are immortal tier, if not more. I'm guessing the array virus will not work for these formations, asked Li Jun Panda, NOV, E1, no, replied Wang Ju. With the formation, it's virtually impossible to dig secret tunnels to reach the top, Li Jun added. We cannot use blockade tactics since they are likely self-sufficient with a small world full of resources. We do not know the effect the low temperature will have on our soldiers, and given this stupid game, there will definitely be consequences. Everyone looked at the map, shaking their head. Without all the restrictions, they would have way more options to conquer this mountain. But as of now, it was impenetrable. The best tactic would be to lure them out, added Tai Gang. But I doubt the enemy is so stupid. So far, the Sloth King seems a rather careful individual by his actions, and he might not even be in the base. The conclusion is we might be able to conquer this place, but the damage to our troops would be catastrophic. So, it's not worth it, concluded Li Jun before looking at Wang Wei. What do you think? I don't care about the Sloth King. However, if I can get my hands on this base, my understanding of order disorder Dao would benefit immensely. Do you want to take the risk? The price we will have to use to retrain these troops is not worth the benefit. I'm sure you can find another way to comprehend the laws from this game. Li Jun spent too much time with these men and did not want to die needlessly. We don't have to lose much. We will use their rules against them, replied Wang Wei before explaining his tactic. That might work, but you must deal with the formations. Leave it to Liling and me. Li Jun quickly mobilized the troops and divided them into many groups before sending them back to the previous cities they had conquered. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Yan Liling sat cross-legged before the mountain entrance, analyzing this immortal formation. The process went smoothly with Wang Wei at the helm. Although his main body stopped studying professions, his other incarnations had plenty of time and took any chance they had to practice. So, he only had to absorb their knowledge and experience. 2 weeks later, the preparations finished. Wang Wei and Yan Liling activated the array flags they planted around the mountain to counter the formation. Then, Li Jun and Tai Gang led the troops. Surrounding the two legions were two different groups, Fang Lijun's men and a group of mortal devils. With the threat of starving their loved ones, these devils had no choice but to follow orders. The group then used them as leverage. If the enemy fired on them, they would hit the mortals and be penalized by the rules. As expected, no one fired on the troops as they slowly marched up the mountain toward the castle. On the way up, Wang Wei and Yan Liling will continue to lay flags in different spots. Damn it, said the castle captain with gritted teeth as he watched the enemy's tactic. With this method, he could not use wide-scale attacks through the soldiers or the mountain formation. He could not even use an avalanche as a tactic. Archers, shoot the people in the middle, he ordered, and his troops responded. Unfortunately, Li Jun's troops were also elite and countered these attacks with their own arrows. Furthermore, they used Fang Lijun's men as shields when necessary. After marching a quarter up the mountain, Li Jun already noticed his man's stamina deteriorated at a faster rate than before, most likely because of the snow. So, he ordered them to stop and set up camp. A group of archers will be on guard before switching to another. Yan Liling set up a formation of her own to protect the group and give them time to rest. She also ensured the devil mortal had proper heating. The last thing the group needed was for any of these people to die because of them. Inside the castle, the captain knelt while talking to a floating mirror. I guess I should have expected such cruel tactics from the myriad emperor people. Master, do you want to attack? We are willing to bear the consequences. No, Heavenly Tao is on our side because we care and protect the people to the best of our ability. Doing this is counterproductive to our purpose, disagreed Sloth. But, at this rate, they would soon reach the castle. I doubt the formation is enough to stop them. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I know, so you guys need to use Tactic 15. I will give you authority for the base. The captain was momentarily shocked, as you wish. Sloth took one last look at his castle before ending the communication. He went to report to Wrath. The group slowly marched up the mountain for 3 days until they reached the castle. Have you noticed? Said Tai Gang, looking at the castle ahead. Yes, their attacks have not been as constant as the first day, nodded Li Jun, who looked at the other 2 set-up flags. A few hours later, the formation opened, and Li Jun broke the gate with 1 spear. As he led his soldiers inside, he quickly noticed an anomaly. Too few soldiers were in this place. The devil troops looked at the invaders with hatred. Then, with unbridled passion and determination, the leading general yelled, "Glory to the devil race! Curse the humans!" He crushed a talisman that immediately led to countless runes appearing above the castle. As expected, they want to blow up the castle to kill us with it, said Yan Liling, who calmly activated the flags they placed all over the place, taking control of the castle's formation and annulling the devil's attempt. Li Jun led his men to kill the remaining devil soldiers while Wang Ju went to check the castle. Everything disappeared, leaving little to nothing of value. However, they discovered the central hub of the base, which was a mirror. According to the game rule, we can use the base's power after conquering it, stated Wang Wei as he looked at the mirror. However, if they destroyed it as planned, we would have nothing. What can this mirror do? Asked Li Jun. I can monitor the entire Sloth territory and use teleportation once a day. That's it. What do you expect? Said Tai Gang. The entire point is to restrict us. That's more than enough, commented Wang Wei. Use the mirror to get the 100 million troops quota. I'm going to use this place to retreat. Wang Wei used the main room of the castle for his retreat. He connected to this base, comprehending the order-disorder laws that Heavenly Tao used to create this base or the concept behind this base's existence. The process was smooth and fast because he essentially had a teacher teaching about this particular law. As such, a few days later, after using his spirit particles and 360 future Buddha self, he learned something new: how to add hidden rules and restrictions using order and disorder Tao. Quite the fruitful retreat, muttered Wang Wei as he opened his eyes. Now, time to find out what the devil race is planning. As he walked out, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. How is the situation? Li Jun fulfilled his quota. Oh, said Wang Wei as he checked his entrance token, and she was correct. I knew I could count on him. Do you want us to exit the game and leave 1 soldier for you? No need for that, replied Wang Wei before mobilizing his order Tao. After using a technique, the title above his head suddenly changed to Neutral King. He could now travel anywhere in this territory, but the restriction is he could not attack anyone, unless counterattacking. As you expected of you, young master. Oh my, since when were you so complimentary? Isn't it you who said it would help my career to sometimes slip some compliment to the boss? I remember your exact words were to be discreet and not make it look like you're a sycophant. Ha ha ha, I did say that, didn't I? Well, who would reject compliments, replied Wang Wei as he looked into the sky. Tell Li Jun he can send the troops home, but don't leave it. I feel something big is going to happen. Something big? What do you mean? Just a feeling. Wang Wei then flew away. With his new status, he still could not teleport, but he did not need to with his speed. Devil's purpose. Wang Wei flew to the Greed territory before landing. He did not have a map, but he could calculate the places he had to go with limited results. He flew to the nearby mountains, forests, and even some cities. After finishing, he flew to the Envy territory and repeated the process. After doing this for all 7 territories, Wang Wei had a pondering look. Let's make a final check. He flew to a nearby mountain and set up a formation. Subsequently, he sent a projection to leave this subcontinent and headed to the 9 Devil God world to look at the situation. 7 Deadly Sins Conference. He stopped in my territory, said Pride. Don't be as stupid as Lust and attack him, commanded Wrath. I know. The question is, how does he have such mobility, asked Greed. Did he use the same method as Yi Lianchang? No, he used his disordered Tao to give a special title, analyzed Wrath. A title that granted him mobility by sacrificing something. Can he do that? With a high enough understanding of order disordered Tao, PA, NDNOV1, luckily, he is the only one that cultivates this Tao to this level, added Sloth. None of that matters, said Gluttony. With his intelligence, it's only a matter of time before he discovers our plan. We need to prepare what to do after this. Everyone agreed with him, so they looked at Wrath, who sighed, we may not have many options. Can't you stop him? Asked Envy. Of course not, replied Wrath. Even with Devil Retribution Sword? The sword is not readied yet. And even if it was, I won't know the final result until I subdue it, replied Wrath, stressed as she caressed her temple. Dismiss, and we will intervene at a later date. Stay away from Wang Wei if he ever comes to your base. Wrath opened her eyes from the main room of her castle. She stood up and fixed her clothes before heading to a special room with a formation. After activating it, she waited a few seconds before a shadowy figure appeared. She bowed with the utmost politeness, Master. What has happened? Here is the current situation. I see, said the figure before sighing deeply. Maybe, this is fate. Master, you don't need to say anything. The figure looked at his favorite disciple. Wrath was the first of the other 7. He met her long before the others and personally trained her. The shadowy figure allowed her to inherit his most powerful Tao, Heaven Eradicating Tao. He told her about the 9 Extremity Tao Foundation and watched over her during her reincarnation. He ensured the reincarnation was not random and she could establish her foundation in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, Empress Wu's seal was difficult for him to completely nullify in his current state, so it affected Wrath during her reincarnation, making her fail the process. Luckily, Wrath was not discouraged and thought of creating the Devil Retribution Sword to make up for her strength. Then, the figure met the other 6 and had her participate in a trial to show her dominance. Once he gathered the 7, they began the plan. I don't have much time left, said the figure. Master, said Wrath, with tears falling from her eyes. She remembered when she was nothing but a young devil, starving in the 9 Devil God world. Her master gave her food, shelter, and strength to protect herself and the people she cared for. During her long life, her master has always been with her. You have the bad habit of relying on me when things get too difficult. I will no longer be here, so you have to deal with this situation yourself. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I will. Disciple, I'm sorry. You don't have to be. But I am. I should never have forced my dreams, hopes, and regrets on you. I am willing. The figure shook his head. What choice did that starving little girl have? You need to take care of yourself from now. Remember, your safety is more important than the plan. The shadowy figure looked in the Pride territory direction before disappearing. Wrath breathed deeply before wiping the tears from her eyes. She knew this moment would arrive one day. She did not expect it to come when things were so close to success. After calming her emotions, a look of determination appeared before leaving the room. Wang Wei opened his eyes, as predicted. One of his working theories was correct. The devil race in this continent wanted to sacrifice the 9 Devil God world to the Myriad Emperor world in exchange for accepting their status as a subspecies of humans with devil bloodlines. This plan is why most devils in this continent have a human bloodline. Some can even be considered pure humans with devil bloodlines. If this plan succeeded, not only would the crime of the devil's race be pardoned, the 7 sins kings will be allowed to participate in the heaven will battle and prove the Tao. Wang Wei frowned as the situation became complex. He divined something and sighed with disappointment. Only 2? Not enough. After absorbing the 9 devil god world, the myriad emperor world will only give birth to 2 heaven will. This should be good news for Wang Wei since he could split the final battle with Di Tian without competing. However, this result would affect his plan for Li Jun and Yan Liling. Should I let them compete in the generations after my father instead? We have the karma washing water even if I'm not here? Thought Wang Wei. After all, he was not entirely sure he could defeat Di Tian since the latter had a higher chance of reaching 10 extremity than him. If there was no need to fight and he could prove the Tao, why not take this opportunity? After all, who wants to work hard for something they could easily acquire? Who wants to take risks in uncertain things when something else is guaranteed? So, the answer was obvious. No, I cannot have this mindset, thought Wang Wei, who woke up from this temptation. My cultivation path will not be easy or smooth. And Di Tian is nothing but of the many obstacles I must overcome. His mind cleared, and he began to analyze this choice more rationally. Li Jun's role would allow him to gather a ton of merit, so he needed someone with the appropriate strength and someone he could trust. Meanwhile, Yan Liling will be part of the protocol to ensure the longevity of his era, allowing him to benefit from the era's luck for a long period after he ascends. If they have to prove the Tao after his father's generation, too many unpredictable variables could happen, and it's not guaranteed they would prove the Tao then. Meanwhile, if he refined the 9 devil god world, these 2 are guaranteed to succeed. Additionally, his plan of making these 2 emperors is a way to deal with the 12 emperor curse. Li Jun and Yan Liling will be the sect's 11th and 12th emperors, and his father will be the 13th. After his training, his father should have 5 root strength once he completes his 9 extremity foundation. As such, once he participates in the heaven the next generation's heaven will battle, heavenly Tao will not have much time to scheme against the sect, nor would it be able to do much against Wang Tian's overwhelming strength. The best course of action heavenly Tao can take is to skip the next generation as it did before. However, Wang Tian can still wait for another generation and would still win. Wang Wei has decided to modify samsara to prevent anyone practicing 9 extremity from reincarnating in the myriad emperor world in the next few generations. In conclusion, only if a heaven chosen who has the unorthodox 9 extremity foundation showed up in the next few generations would heavenly Tao have a slight chance at stopping Wang Tian from proving the Tao and breaking the curse. If only there were other worlds similar to devil worlds left, thought Wang Wei. From what he learned from his wife, after the devil race's downfall, other planes placed pressure on 3 different planes that had a similar composition to the 9 devil god world, where multiple emperors existed at once. They forced these worlds to revert to a system of 1 emperor per generation. Maybe things have changed, and there is some new world. However, he shook his head since there was no way to know as of now. His fate's shadow guard had access to a few hundred world communities because of the commerce hub. However, there were 3,000 communities in the lower dimension, and it was not easy to gather information on all of them. Furthermore, there is a reason it would be easy for him to refine the 9 devil god world. It's because the generational cleanups have caused a strong karmic bond between these 2 worlds, making them deeply interconnected. Other places did not have this connection. Anyways, he made his choice and will accept the result. He had the utmost confidence in himself that he would be the final winner. Wang Wei took this opportunity to check on the science and technology world. The scientists had already created the 9th stage genetic warrior and were working on quasi-emperors before tackling the emperor's blood. I need to convince Heavenly Tao to refuse this merger. Otherwise, they'll have to do something to lose the Sun Era title. This was the best solution to the current problem. Wang Wei prepared to contact Heavenly Tao and negotiate when he sensed something. Who is there? Primogenitor. Wang Wei saw a young man floating before him. The young man was handsome, with piercing red eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul. The person wore a black robe, but they were not actual clothes. It was more akin to a robe made entirely out of shadows. Despite his young visage, He had an air of vicissitude around him, indicating he might be considered ancient compared to even his sex ancestors he interacted with. Who are you? Wang Wei asked again, already on guard and prepared to activate the talisman Origin One gave him. People used to call me the Devil Primogenitor, but my name is Mo Yuan. Devil Primogenitor? You're the true devil responsible for the devil race's invasion of the lower dimension? You even know of this? I guess I should not be surprised. But yes, you are correct. Shouldn't you be dead? I should, but things like resentment, regret, willpower, and obsessions are powerful forces that can create miracles. I guess they are, muttered Wang Wei as he suddenly understood many things. He now knew who created the heavenly Tao of this continent, who gave it its power and modified it to protect the devils in this place. What can I do for you, Lord Mo Yuan? I did not expect to see another true devil before I disappeared. I was curious, so I came to see you. I don't think true devils are such a rarity. They are. There are many seedlings in the chaos universe. People born resenting rules and restrictions, pursuing absolute freedom. However, few can walk the path of cultivation, and fewer can become enlightened on a true devil's identity and accept it. If you put things that way, we might indeed be rare. You don't seem to care too much about being a true devil? Well, it's not like there is any benefit in being one, said Wang Wei while shrugging. Plus, why would I let a title dictate how I feel, believe, or behave? Am I a true devil? Okay, it won't change much in my life. Mo Yuan paused after hearing this before a burst of boisterous laughter emanated from him. Maybe if I had a similar mindset, things would have been different. So, what exactly happened to you? Why should I tell you? Replied Mo Yuan with a relaxed smile. Common, help a fellow true devil out. Ha ha ha, what an interesting kid. Instead of answering your question, tell me what you think happened to me? Isn't it obvious? Based on the devil race's fate in the lower dimension, your actions created too many enemies and not enough friends or allies. And the result was you dying through the besiegement of countless powerhouses. Mo Yuan's joyous mood suddenly changed, replaced by anger, hatred, sadness, and unwillingness. Then he sighed, you're right. I was so obsessed with becoming free that I became a fool. My actions endangered my race, condemning them to years of pain and suffering. Mo Yuan looked in the distance, his eyes scanning this subcontinent before gazing at the sealed nine-devil god world. Do you know the saddening thing? My actions were meaningless in the grand scheme of things. I projected all my hatred into true heavenly Tao, believing once I eradicated it, I would be free. Ha ha ha, how stupid I was. It is nothing but a small part of a much larger cog. My vision should have been grander, I should have considered things more thoroughly, using heavenly Tao as nothing more than one of my stepping stones to true freedom. Better yet, I could have allied with it if it could help me achieve my goal. Mo Yuan shook his head as he realized he was rambling. He then looked back at Wang Wei. Excuse me. I have a lot on my mind, and I got carried away. I understand. After all, there is no cure for regrets. Is that what drives you to pursue freedom? One of the reasons, replied Wang Wei. I have family and loved ones. I do not want any regrets because I could not prevent or fix if something happened to them. I see, uttered Mo Yuan softly as the image of wrath flashed in his mind. You wanted to ask me some questions? Go ahead. How did your conquest of the Eternal Ascension world last for so long? I know countless powerful factions like the Tao Opening Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Qin Saint Court, and numerous others attacked you together. How did you block the power of so many paragons? Wang Wei could not understand this aspect of history, especially after confirming the devil race made too many enemies and not enough allies. You do know a lot, replied Mo Yuan. I guess there is no point in hiding it now. I possessed a broken half-step detachment treasure. Although I could not utilize all its power, it was enough to fight all these unparalleled genius and remain victorious. Half-step detachment? Is that the name of the realm after paragons? Fitting, I guess, thought Wang Wei. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I understand now. After your defeat, the Eternal Ascension world underwent a golden age. However, it was most likely not a coincidence. My ancestor, Chiuan, learned of the cultivation path after Paragon from your broken treasure. Then, he planned the second origin battle and maybe even the golden age to find the way forward. Correct, said Mo Yuan as the hatred and unwillingness flashed in his eyes again. And the treasure is probably a chess move from Grand Dao to accelerate the growth of the Chaos Universe. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he understood the latter's meaning. After the ultimate taboo, although many paragons died, half-step detachment appeared in the universe. No, they became more common, essentially elevating the power ceiling of the universe. Mo Yun gave him an approved look before saying, "Let's stop talking about these things since you're too weak." Wang Wei nodded and no longer pressed on the issue. Are you now going to tell me the real reason you came to see me? Yes. I want to make a deal with you. I'm listening. I want you to give my disciple, Wrath, an opportunity to rise. In exchange, I will tell you where I kept that treasure. Didn't someone take it after your defeat? That I don't know. It might have fallen in someone's paw, or it might have been lost during the chaos. However, the secret realm I received the treasure contained 2 pieces. I only passed the trial for one, and you can try for the second. Is it in the Eternal Ascension world, Panda, NOVE1? No, it's somewhere in primordial chaos. Why are you asking me to help one person instead of your race? Continued Wang Wei. Mo Yuan did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at the 9 devil god world, focusing on the seal around the plane. I'm actually thankful to Empress Wu. In the upper dimension, they wiped out every single devil race member. To this day, anyone with a thread of our bloodline will suffer discrimination and have a hard life. The same fate happened to my comrades in the lower dimension. Luckily, the seal acted as a form of protection, and the cruelty of the myriad emperor world ended up sparring the extinction of the devil race. All the more reason you would want to save them. Your presence is proof that fate does not want the devil race to make a comeback, replied Mo Yuan. He did not think it was a coincidence that another true devil would be stopping his race's rise. Plus, I've taken solace in the fact that my race exists in other chaos worlds and thrives in some places. If I only have to watch out for her, I don't mind accepting your deal. I give you my word. Mo Yuan smiled since that was enough for him. He knew true devils were the most honorable untrustworthy people. They will lie, steal, and scheme for their goals and ambitions. However, they will not break them once they give you their words. He raised his hand to condense a ball containing information before suspending it before Wang Wei. He did not directly inject it into the latter's body. After putting the thing away, Wang Wei asked, "Are you not going to say goodbye to Wrath? You seem to care a lot about her." "I've already said my final words," replied Mo Yuan. "One last piece of advice. You might not care about your true devil status, but some people will. I guess as much." With the rebellious ideologies of true devils, Wang Wei could already predict the amount of trouble these guys would cause wherever they were, giving the name a bad reputation. Mo Yuan began to disperse into tiny motes of lights. Now he felt some peace after meeting someone like him and ensuring his disciple's future. The obsession that kept him tethered to this place vanished. More importantly, the remaining power of the treasure also dissipated. It's confirmed. Someone forcibly changed the main timeline. Who has such power? And why did they do it? In the last moment before he died, Mo Yuan connected to his treasure and saw some odd image he could not understand. He saw he died under Empress Wu's hand. However, his real death had no relation to her. At first, Mo Yuan thought his mind peeped into a parallel timeline. But now, he finally understood the truth. Someone forcibly changed the primordial timeline, which should not be possible. Well, it does not matter to me. My story ends here. He took one last look at Wang Wei. I wish I could see how his story unfolds and eventually ends. He looked at Wrath, who was preparing to respond to the current situation. I wish I could see you grow. Heavenly Dao's chat. Wang Wei watched Mo Yuan disappear and could only sigh. He cupped his hand before bowing deeply. He showed respect for a senior who walked the same path. Maybe in the future, his fate will be the same. No, the only difference is he won't be alone if it ever ends for him. At least, he hoped it would be so. He looked in the direction of the Wrath territory before continuing his original objective: contact Heavenly Tao and have a conversation. Soon, Wang Wei found himself standing in an all-white space with an enormous eye above him. "My son, what can I do for you?" "Son?" "Well, technically, all creatures of the myriad emperor world are Heavenly Tao's children," thought Wang Wei. Of course, he would not call her mother or father. Their relationship only recently became decent, and depending on how today goes, it might sour again. "I came to convince you to refuse the merger with the Nine Devil God world," said Wang Wei. "Why would I do that?" "The merger will drastically increase my world source and benefit the world." "But what about the downside?" countered Wang Wei. "The devil race is hated by every plane in the lower dimension. Once they know we accept them as one of our own, many will react negatively. I know the danger, and they are worth it." Wang Wei squinted his eyes as many things flashed in his mind. He knew Heavenly Tao was not stupid, nor did it rely on emotion to make decisions. Everything it did was based on pure logic and with an objective in mind. "You want to use the pressure of the other planes to forcibly accelerate the rate of the Myriad Emperor plane's recovery?" "Yes. The new era will need some time before it can revitalize the world. However, foreign pressure is a great way to accelerate the process." Wang Wei controlled every fiber in his body to not call this thing stupid. He never thought that his willpower would work so hard for self-control one day. There is a time for everything. The Myriad Emperor world needs a period of peace to lay the foundation. Then it can interact with other planes. It does not require to be constantly overcoming enemies. And this is exactly what will happen if we accept the devil race. Other factions will use this excuse to justify war against us. Under the banner of avenging the atrocities of the devil race, any faction with some influence can rally hundreds of planes, if not more, against us. "I have faith in you." "You shouldn't," replied Wang Wei. "As the ruler responsible for the development of the Myriad Emperor world, you should never place all your eggs in one basket. What if Di Tian is the one who is the final winner? Do you think he would care if a bunch of planes invaded? As long as he revives his wife, he will sell the world if necessary. What about the others? On the likely chance they are the last man standing, would they have the strength to stop an invasion on such a large scale? The answer is obvious. Finally, there is me. Do you think I would just accept becoming the enemy of the entire endless void? I am a person who learns from his history. The devil race suffered a catastrophe of annihilation because they were enemies with the whole world. Why would I repeat their mistake? Furthermore, you overestimate how much I care for the Myriad Emperor world. I want it to prosper beyond any era that ever existed because it will bring me merit, luck, destiny, and protection. If I had to face an invasion from so many planes, would just ensure the survival of my sect. That is the ugly truth. Heavenly Tao did not immediately answer as it calculated the effect of its decision, taking every word of Wang Wei into account. It calculated Wang Wei would set up the foundation of a brilliant era. Unfortunately, it did not know the exact plan. However, no matter the era, it will take a couple of generations to show any real effect. So, Heavenly Tao wanted to accelerate the process. Taking into account Wang Wei and Di Tian's strength after proving the Tao, they should be able to stop any invasion and use war to accelerate the recovery and growth of the plane. It even prepared to negotiate with Di Tian using his wife's imprint. Now, Heavenly Tao wavered on its decision, especially after the recent things that occurred outside of the plane with the foreigners. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. M. Furthermore, you need to see things from a long-term perspective instead of short-term, continued Wang Wei. And as long as the devil race is part of our plane, these factions will have a justification to wage war against us. We might defeat them now, but a few hundred generations later, they can use the same excuse to start a war and rally allies. Then there is the integration of the devil race. Their hatred for humans is ingrained deeply in their bloodline. After integration, such intense emotions are bound to create chaos, contradictions, and infighting. At first, the problem won't be as big because of how weak they are. However, when a mighty great emperor appeared in their ranks, the same situation with the Golden Ape Emperor might occur, but even worse. I considered this possibility and hoped you used your diplomatic capabilities to deal with this issue, just like you did the demon race. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He did not know whether to be thankful Heavenly Tao thought so highly of him or should he complain that the latter overestimated him. The demon race is still a ticking time bomb despite my effort. I will spend some time appeasing them and making their situation better. But even then, I will not be able to completely garner their trust nor remove their hatred for humans. And in the case of the devil race, their hatred and distrust are 100 times worse. Even if I did my best to alleviate the situation, after leaving, everything could revert to the way it was. To be honest, this is one of my worries for the demon race. The demons are a rigid and unmalleable species. So, there is a high possibility of that happening. Wang Wei agreed with that statement. Back to the devil topic. Accepting them in our midst has other repercussions. We do not know how it will affect the great emperors from our plane after they ascend. From my knowledge, they are also greatly hated in the upper dimensions. Maybe, some powerhouse will begin to attack members of our plane for accepting the devil race as our own. The upper dimension is outside the scope of my duty. I did not consider this possibility. Heavenly Tao knew it benefited greatly when its emperors reached higher cultivation stages or accomplished extraordinary feats in the upper dimension. However, once an emperor ascends, they are beyond the scope of its programming. Finally, there are the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Recently, they have been quiet and docile because of the pressure from other fractions and the lack of power. But after the devil integration, these devil cultivators will definitely ally with the devil race to increase their strength. They would soon become more restless and cause more chaos. Wang Wei has not decided what to do with the devil cultivators. A part of him wants to eliminate them since they are a source of trouble, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Another aspect of him felt they could be helpful since their craziness and brutality make them some of the greatest military strength when used appropriately. Heavenly Tao considered everything his chosen champion stated and calculated the world's future, weighing its previous decision. It also took into account the possible selfish motive of his chosen son. But it did not mind since it understood humans, the protagonist of its plane, was a race driven by emotions like selfishness and desires. It weighed the pros and cons. After hearing your argument, I conclude my initial decision was flawed. So, you've agreed to stop the merger? Yes, Pa-en, Dan, 0v1. C0M Wang Wei breathed in relief. He did not want to do something drastic and forced this merger to stop. I thank you for granting me an audience. Heavenly Tao did not say anything else and sent Wang Wei back. The main reason for such a swift decision was that it did not want to fall out with its chosen son. After years of calculation, Heavenly Tao concluded he was the only one who could create a brilliant era. Anyone else who received the title of Era's son could, at best, create an era on par with the past but never surpass them. And such a person was rare to find amongst the current heaven chosens. Many had the strength to establish the era but lacked the foresight, ingenuity, intelligence, charisma, and desire to make the world better. The truth is that if Di Tian were more malleable and open to working together, Heavenly Tao would not place all its eggs on Wang Wei and decided quickly to end this merger. Changes. Wrath's face became ugly as she received the news. The moment she heard Wang Wei was investigating all 7 territories, she had a hunch this would be the result. She did not immediately give up and used an altar in one of the castle's rooms to contact Heavenly Tao to negotiate. After a while, Wrath opened her eyes, trying extremely hard to control herself and not go on a rampage. She tried arguing with Heavenly Tao and convinced it to reconsider. She argued she would handle her race and have them stay low-key and not be detected. She argued she would manage their hatred and swore not to ally with the devil cultivator in the West. Regrettably, Heavenly Tao had better arguments about the consequences of other planes discovering the revival of the devil race and the effect their rise would have on the upper dimension. Wrath's last attempt was to compromise and ask Heavenly Tao to only accept some people in this subcontinent with a certain level of human bloodlines. But it even rejected this proposition. As she sat dejected on a throne, she pondered the next step. The plan she had spent so long working on ended before it even began, which was a devastating blow to her mind. She considered all her options before taking a deep breath. Seven Sins Conference. Wrath, what happened? The plane failed. The myriad Emperor World's Heavenly Tao backed out of our agreement. What? Wang Weiss doing, I suppose? Asked Pride. Yes. We should have expected this outcome once he began to snoop around the other territories, added Envy. So, what are we going to do next? Asked Gluttony. Everyone looked at Wrath, waiting for her to make a decision. The plan continues, but we will go about it differently, said Wrath. What do you mean? We will abandon our identity as devil race and integrate into the myriad Emperor world. As long as we can prove the Tao, we can remove the seal and protect our race. Use the array for us only instead of the entire race, summarized Pride. It might work, but Heavenly Tao will still ask us for a price. One of the devil gods is enough of a price, added Wrath. If it is only the the 6 of us, Heavenly Tao might accept. But it also might refuse. That's my only worry. Wrath had not finished speaking when the projection space the group used to communicate began to tremble. Before they could react, the illusory space ejected everybody out, and the conference forcefully ended. What's going on? Muttered Wrath before sensing something and appearing outside of the castle. She looked at the sky and immediately noticed it was no longer pure blue. It was now separated into 4 colors: blue, red, black, and white. Cracks appeared above the heavens out of nowhere before Heavenly Tao manifested itself. Unknown interference, game rules collapsing, activating counterattack protocols, mission, F.A., Lu, Re. Wrath's face changed after seeing the information displayed above in the sky. Before she could think, process, or complain about how the situation, a talisman condensed before her. She immediately recognized what it was since her master had mentioned it before. She used her divine sense to immediately refine the talisman. It's so weak. Anyway, it's still enough. She immediately controlled the remaining power of this continent's Heavenly Tao to create a small world with extended capacity. Then, she summoned all the devil race, mortals or not, into the small world. It's regrettable I could not save the others. Anyway, there is still some power left, thought Wrath as she teleported to the room where the devil retribution sword was brewing. Without hesitation, she sacrificed the remaining power of Heavenly Tao to accelerate its growth. Come on, thought Wrath before she sensed something. She turned around, and her heart almost popped out of her chest. She saw someone behind her with a bright red mark floating above their head. Gluttony Territory, a young man with green eyes sat beside a bonfire, deep in thought, despite the noses of the troops next to him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. The 100 million troops limit seemed to be much, but before these two, they won't do much, thought Parasite. Even with an alliance of people with 100 million troops, they could slaughter everyone in a matter of hours, if not less. He spat on the floor, and it was an odd green color. No matter. The only purpose of these cannon fodders is to buy enough time to use designer's weapon. Such a weapon will be extremely draining and has a limited number of use. Furthermore, they have to consider the possibility of evading countless other variables. Parasite suddenly felt something and looked at the sky. He saw Heavenly Tao's message and the change of color. Someone outside is interfering? His eyes lit up as he waited for the changes to end. Immediately, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulder as he regained his freedom. He teleported to the distance in an instant before returning to his original place. Parasite took a communication talisman to contact the others. However, he saw a bright red mark floating above his head before he succeeded. A target? He frowned since he could not understand how this came about. He tried a few techniques he knew to remove them, but the power behind this marker was beyond his understanding. This power has a faint fluctuation that seemed familiar, thought Parasite for a moment before stopping thinking about it since he could not recall. Then, he contacted the others. Do you guys know what's happening? Some outside force is intervening in our cleanup, said Undead Flame. I know this much, countered Paraste, annoyed that he stated the obvious. I sense a lot of spatial disturbance. I guess a bunch of people teleported to this continent, added Designer. And based on the target above our head, their targets are probably people from the Myriad Emperor world. So, some plane wants to use this method to kill most of the Myriad Emperor world's Heaven Chosens and delay their rise, summarized Parasite, even more annoyed. A pointless endeavor. All this will do is kill the weak ones and make it easier for these two to prove the Tao. Their plan lay on using other Heaven Chosen as cannon fodder through an alliance. However, the recent changes in this continent will not affect Wang Wei and Di Tian, only their allies, thus ruining their plans. There is little we can do in this situation besides actively hunting these foreign Heaven Chosens, added Undead Flame. However, if we display too much strength, we will be on Wang Wei's radar. And as you know, he has no hesitation about killing us just because of his suspicions. Isn't there some restrictions about him hunting us down? After all, as an Era's son, his actions would be detrimental to the world's growth, asked Parasite, and he looked at Designer for an answer. Sons of Era must kill each other for destiny, that's how things should be. However, this is the first time I've heard about a complete one, so I'm not sure. Anyways, we cannot put our faith in the possibility he will not hunt us down, added Undead Flame. True. Anyway, this situation can be favorable to us, added Parasite. We can help some of our allies that cannot reach the 100 million troops limit. All the Heaven Chosens are now gathered in this place, making it easier to make allies. This is also a perfect opportunity to gather more resources, commented Designer. We can plunder from these foreign Heaven Chosens. Or better yet, kidnap them and ask for their faction to pay us handsomely to return them intact. This might work, agreed Parasite. However, we should be careful and use a third party for negotiations. As I said, we need to be more low-key. Should we contact the others? Asked Undead Flame, and the three immediately became quiet since they knew what he meant. The Seven Moons also sent spies in other world communities. However, their existence is a backup plan in case the ones in the Myriad Emperor world fail. These spies must prove the Tao in other world communities before banding together to restrict any growth to the Myriad Emperor world. And if possible, give them a strong enough blow to delay their recovery for countless generations. The Seven Moons know the rise of the Myriad Emperor world is fated to occur, and it is the catalyst for the return of the other paragons in limbo. However, as beings who reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world, they can manipulate fate or destiny to some extent. A better word would be to influence fate and redirect its power. There is no benefit from contacting these people besides risking exposing ourselves, disagreed Parasite. We can exchange information to prepare in case our mission fails. We will not fail. Panda, NOV-E1 Only people who are stupidly arrogant believe in absolute, countered Undead Flame. No matter how well thought our plans are, there is a chance of failure. So, we must prepare for the worst scenario. He's right, added Designer. You know what is at stake. They are from the upper dimension, and their factions are directly or indirectly related to the Seven Moons. They are loyal and deeply rooted with these rulers, meaning their fate is connected. If the Seven Moons fall, their fate won't be any better. Alright, let's contact them.